Formed deep within the Earth's crust from molten magma, copper has shaped civilizations down the centuries and has been known as an eternal metal for its unique properties. Since its incorporation on 9 November 1967 as a public sector enterprise under the Ministry of Mines, Government of India, Hindustan Copper Limited or HCL has stood as the sole torchbearer of primary copper production in India for sustainable mining of the nation's copper resources. On the cool banks of the river Subarnarekha, Indian Copper Complex or ICC in Jharkhand was established in 1924 and nationalized in 1972. With underground mines in Surda, Rakha and Kendadihi had integrated facilities, mining, beneficiation, smelting and refining. In the foothills of Aravalli Hills, Khetri Copper Complex or KCC in Rajasthan was established in 1967. Development of Khetri mine was started by NMDC and the copper supply. Not far away from the industrial heartland of Mumbai, Taloja Copper Project or TCP in Maharashtra was established in 1989. Based on technology sourced from Southwire, USA, the plant produces continuous cast copper wire rods for downstream industries. The mid-1990s saw economic liberalization, leading to entry of the private players into copper smelting and refining, thus intensifying competition. Further, in the late 1990s and early 2000s, there was a sharp decline in LME copper prices on the London Metal Exchange. Viability of several operations were affected. From 2002 to 2014, HCL embarked on revival drives, focused on mining and sale of copper concentrate. The company turned around, rising from the ashes like a phoenix. In 2008, HCL was granted Mini Ratna Category 1 status. Gujarat Copper Project or GCP was formed by acquiring the assets of Jagadia Copper Limited in 2015, which is a plant with secondary smelting and refinery process. In 2018, production commenced from Banwas block in Khetri. MCP was converted into an underground mine after the open pit mine was exhausted. Foundation stone was laid for MCP underground mine on 12th April 2015. Production started from MCP underground mine in 2022. The year 2023-24 saw a seamless transition of MCP from open cast to underground mines. In 2024-25, MCP produced 2.73 million tons entirely from its underground mines. State-of-the-art paste fill plant with a capacity of 3 MTPA was also commissioned in MCP. Surda mine production was resumed in 2024. Mining activities are to commence shortly in Kendadihi and Rakha mines. Surface exploration drilling is underway at Khetri and Kolihan mine to enhance copper ore reserves and resources. With the global shift towards clean energy, electric mobility, digitization and artificial intelligence, demand for copper is expected to soar. HCL has embarked on an expansion drive to enhance its capacity from the current level of 3.78 MTPA to 12.2 MTPA by 2030, with a mission to reduce India's dependence on copper import. In the recent times, HCL is venturing beyond its traditional frontiers. The company has signed an MOU with the global copper major Codelco for knowledge sharing, modernization and training. HCL is also collaborating with leading PSUs to make foray into critical minerals. By enhancing production, and diversifying its operations. HCL is poised to contribute significantly to India's mineral security, powering progress from the grassroots to Viksit Bharat at 2047. Fostering the true essence of self-reliance, HCL has taken up several projects like promoting preventive healthcare, making available safe drinking water facility, promoting education and employment, enhancing vocational skills, livelihood opportunities, promoting environmental sustainability and sports to empower the locals and garner self-sufficiency in lives of those staying in and around its mining units. In a world where today's technology becomes obsolete tomorrow, copper has continued to move from strength to strength. Carrying this spirit of eternal life forward, HCL is committed to continue this onward march, bearing the torch of copper, the metal that endures the test of time.
I am Diksha, City SP Central Patna, and my father, Mr. Bhupesh Kumar Bamburia, has been posted in Hindustan Copper Limited's Khetri Copper Complex for the past many years, and I have done my schooling and my foundational years in Khetri itself.
मेरा नाम अशोक यादव है। मैं 1998 बैच आईपीएस से बिलोंग करता हूं और अभी कश्मीर में आईजीबीएसएफ के पद पर कार्यरत हूं। मुझे इस बात की बेहद खुशी है कि हिंदुस्तान कॉपर लिमिटेड 9 नवंबर को अपना फाउंडेशन डे मना रहा है।
नमस्ते, मैं गरिमा जापान के ओकिनावा में रिसर्च साइंटिस्ट हूँ और मैं हिंदुस्तान कॉपर के स्थापना दिवस पर हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देती हूँ।
नमस्कार, मैं राजेश मेश्राम, वर्तमान में मैं एडिशनल एसपी एसओजी जयपुर में पदस्थापित हूँ। मेरे पिताजी श्री जीआर मेश्राम हिंदुस्तान कॉपर लिमिटेड में माइनिंग में लंबे समय तक सर्विस में रहे।
नमस्कार सभी को, मैं सुखवीर सैनी आईएएस ऑफिसर हूँ, अभी राजस्थान में पोस्टेड हूँ। मेरे पिताजी श्री गोविंद राम सैनी कॉपर से रिटायर हुए।
मेरा नाम डॉक्टर अरविंद है। मेरे पिताजी मिस्टर ओंकारमल, he was working in personnel and administration in Hindustan Copper Limited, and presently I am Director General VV Giri National Labour Institute, which is working under Ministry of Labour and Employment.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all of you to the International Seminar on Critical and Strategic Minerals for Viksit Bharat at 2047, organized by the Hindustan Copper Limited, the copper miner to the nation, in observance of its 59th Foundation Day. Friends, the earth has a pulse, steady, deep, and eternal. Since the primitive times, it resonates with the rhythm of life, echoes with our footsteps, and rhymes with our joy, our pain, our struggle for existence.
Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, we shall, in the fitness of things, begin this morning with the chow dance, essential to the tribal areas of Jharkhand and West Bengal. And as we know that all the copper mines and the mining communities of the mineral-rich belt of eastern India have historically expressed life struggles and triumphs through music and dance, and especially through chow, a celebration of community spirit, tradition, and cultural pride. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Shiv Shakti Chow Nritya Company with their leader, the Presidential Award winner performer, Manohar Kumar, who have performed across the world and have been severally awarded by consecutive presidents of India. So we begin with the colorful chow presentation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. That was certainly a wonderful way to pay tribute to the very valuable tribal community of our beautiful country. Before we begin observing the 59th Foundation Day of our great organization, and of course, to celebrate our Foundation Day, the International Seminar on Critical and Strategic Minerals for Viksit Bharat at 2047. Ladies and gentlemen, may we all rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Ladies and gentlemen, today we gather at the intersection of a great heritage of nearly 60 years, stewardship, forward-looking stewardship, where a century-spanning legacy of copper mining in India converges with a bold vision for India's mineral resilience in the decades to come. As we all know that your company, Hindustan Copper Limited, stands as the nation's premier integrated copper producer with a proud lineage linked to the country's industrial evolution. As a public sector enterprise under the Ministry of Mines, HCL has played a leading strategic role in securing domestic copper supply, enabling manufacturing competitiveness and contributing to energy efficiency and green industrialization. Copper is the backbone of modern infrastructure, power grids, electric vehicles, renewable energy systems, data centers, and smart technologies which rely on efficient copper supply and quality. The rising demand for critical minerals, copper among them in many other countries, requires a resilient supply chain, responsible sourcing, and advanced processing capabilities to support India's growth and its trajectory towards 2047, in line with our beloved Honorable Prime Minister's dream of Viksit Bharat 2047. Strategic minerals underpin national security, industrial policy, and economic sovereignty. Strengthening domestic production, refining capabilities, and recycling loops are essential components of a robust mineral economy. Adoption of energy-efficient processing, water stewardship, waste management, and climate consciousness aligns with India's sustainable development goals. As we commemorate 59 years of Hindustan Copper Limited and celebrate HCL's contribution to a resilient, self-reliant India, let this Foundation Day be a reaffirmation of our commitment to responsible stewardship of mineral resources, innovation-led growth, and the collective aspiration of a self-reliant, globally integrated Bharat. May the insights that we will share here today in the course of the seminar, in the course of the international conference, accelerate our path to Viksit Bharat 2047, strong in minerals, sustainable in practice, and inclusive in impact. So with this very words, I would hasten to say that we are deeply honored by the gracious presence of all the guests here as we come together to deliberate on the future of critical and strategic minerals and their role in building a self-reliant, technologically empowered and sustainable India. Much as we would have wished and much as he would have wanted to be here, we are a bit sad that the Honorable Union Minister for Coal and Mines, Sri G. Kishan Reddy ji, and the Honorable Minister of State for Coal and Mines, Sri Satish Chandra Dubey ji, could not be personally present with us owing to their very busy schedules. You know the schedules of these gentlemen. It's very difficult for them to travel across the country. Yet, their vision and encouragement inspire every step of this journey. And we are happy and privileged to share with you that their recent messages we would be able to share shortly as and when they join us, conveyed specially for the participants of this international seminar on critical and strategic minerals. Critical minerals are omnipresent, as I said in the initial part, and in essence, critical minerals are integral to achieving the goals of Viksit Bharat. We shall now usher the dignitaries onto the dais today. Mr. Sanoj Kumar Jha of the Indian Administrative Services, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Coal, and with an additional charge of the Chairman cum Managing Director of Coal India Limited. May, sir, would you join us on stage, and may I request Mr. S.S. Sethi, Executive Director, Indian Copper Complex, to kindly bring him on to the stage. We are joined here by the Director General of the Directorate General of Mine Safety, Mr. Ujjwal Tar. May he be kindly accompanied to the dais by Mr. G.D. Gupta, Executive Director, Khetri Copper Complex. A warm welcome to you, sir. We have the gracious presence of Mr. Ashit Shaha, Director General, Geological Survey of India. May, sir, kindly be accompanied to the dais by Mr. Nagesh Shenoy, Executive Director, Malanjkhand Copper Project. We are joined here by the Controller General in charge of the Indian Bureau of Mines, Mr. Pankaj Kulshrestha. May he be ushered to the dais by Mr. Umesh Singh, Executive Director, Mining of Hindustan Copper Limited. We are grateful that the Chairman and Managing Director of NALCO, Mr. Brajendra Pratap Singh, is with us. May sir be kindly accompanied to the dais by Mr. Ravi Kumar Gupta, Executive Director of Finance of Hindustan Copper Limited. We have the presence of the Chairman and Managing Director of the Mineral Exploration and Consultancy Limited, commonly called MECL. May sir be ushered on to the dais by Mr. Binod Kumar Gupta, Executive Director. So Mr. Ashish Kumar, Executive Director, Business Development, Coal India Limited, is here. And you see him up here on stage. Now, we are also joined by none other than, of course, he is the host today, the Chairman and Managing Director of Hindustan Copper Limited, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singh. Sir, it's like carrying coal to Newcastle. How can I welcome him here when he is here to welcome all of us here? And a big hand, let's hear it from Mr. Singh. Mr. Abhimanyu Singh, Executive Director, Taloja Copper Project, has done the honors for us. We have the Director Operation and Director Mining, Additional Charge of HCL, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Sinha. Sir is being escorted to the desk by Mr. Ramananda Adhikari, General Manager, Chemicals of Hindustan Copper Limited. That's Dr. Sanjeev Sinha. Mr. R.V.N. Vishweshwar, Director Finance, HCL, may you kindly come up to the desk, please, and along with him, may I welcome Mr. Anil Kumar Singh, General Manager, Materials and Contract, HCL, for ushering him to the desk. We have with us Dr. Ramanuj Narayanan, Director, CSIR Institute for Materials and Minerals and Materials Technology. May please be ushered to the desk by Mr. R.S. Sajwan, General Manager, Human Resources, HCL. And of course, a great friend of Kolkata. He has been with us for some time now, truly a darling of the masses, representing the great nation of the Russian Federation, Mr. Kozlov Maxim Viktorovich, Consul General of the Russian Federation. May Mr. T.N. Naik, General Manager, Engineering Services of the company, kindly usher in our great friend, Mr. Kozlov Maxim Viktorovich. Welcome, sir. We shall now do the task of felicitation of the dignitaries. May I request CMD HCL, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singh, to felicitate Mr. Sanoj Kumar Jha, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Coal, who also holds the charge of Chairman cum Managing Director of Coal India Limited. Uttoryo and a flower sapling, please. Please go ahead. All in line. All be ready in line. Uttoryo, expressing honor, gratitude and warmth of a traditional gesture of respect. May I request CMD HCL to honor Mr. Ujjwal Tha, Director General DGMS, Directorate General of Mine Safety, with the Uttoryo and a sapling. The next one be ready. CMD sir will now honor Mr. Ashit Shah, Director General of the Geological Survey of India. So now I will request CMD sir to drape Mr. Pankaj Kulashrestha, Controller General in charge IBM, with the Uttoryo and the sapling. I will now request Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Sinha, Director Operation and Director Mining, Additional Charge of HCL, to felicitate Mr. Brijendra Pratap Singh, CMD NALCO. What is the name? What is the name? I will now request Dr. Sanjeev Sinha, Director Operation, Director Mining, Additional Charge HCL, to honor Sri Ashish Kumar, Director Business Development, Coal India Limited. Mr. R.V.N. Vishweshwar, Director Finance, HCL, will now felicitate Mr. Kozlov Maxim Viktorovich, Consul General of the Russian Federation. Mr. Vishweshwar will now honor Dr. Ramanuj Narayanan, Director CSIR IMMT, Institute of Minerals and Materials Technology. Let's hear a more lusty cheer. May I now request the Executive Director of Indian Copper Complex, Mr. S.S. Sethi, to honor Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singh, Chairman and Managing Director of HCL. Is your chairman loud? See, on the lighter side, I'll say that HCL is still not a senior citizen like I am. So you're still young, so you must I will now request Mr. G.T. Gupta, Executive Director, Khetri Copper Complex, to greet Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Sinha, Director Operation and Director Mining, Additional Charge HCL. I would request Mr. Nagesh Shenoy, Executive Director, Malajkhand Copper Project, to please honor Mr. R.V.N. Vishweshwar, Director Finance of HCL. I think it's over. No? So, I think all of you have flowers on your table by now. Have all been felicitated? Okay. It's a long line. So, I don't see flowers on your table, Mr. Vishweshwar. Have you been felicitated? You have been. Okay. If not, we can do it now. No. Okay. Now, we shall now invoke the light of knowledge, wisdom, and positivity. Let's have, can we have that lamp? I see the lamp here, physically, the lamp here, because we'll not do it electronically as long as we have the physical lamp here. So can that lamp be brought up on stage, please? Match. Please light the thing. May I request Mr. Sanoj Kumar, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Coal, with the additional charge of the Chairman cum Managing Director of Coal India, to kindly lead the rest of the dignitaries to light the ceremonial lamp, please. all of you says. May all of you please join in.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
So, ladies and gentlemen, the light of knowledge, wisdom, prosperity and positivity have been lit, and let the warmth of this percolate into each one of your hearts. Let us take this pledge on the 59th Foundation Day of Hindustan Copper Limited, that this warmth of knowledge, of wisdom and positivity help us attain our dream of Viksit Bharat by the time India becomes an independent nation, which is 100 years old in 2047. May I now request Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Sinha, Director Operations, Hindustan Copper Limited, who also holds the charge, additional charge of Director Mining, to please welcome the distinguished guests. Okay. Can someone go and fix the mic for him, please? Mic ke achen ekটু তাড়াতাড়ি ওখানে দৌড়ে যান. Okay? Is it all right? Oh, okay.
A very good morning to all of you. Suprabhat. Respected Sri Sanoj Kumar Jha, IAS Additional Secretary, Ministry of Mines and CMD Coal India Limited. Sri Ujjwal Taha ji, Director General DGMS. Sri Asit Saha ji, DG GSI. Sri Pankaj Kulsresht, Controller General in Charge, IBM. Sri Bajendra Pratap Singh, CMD NALCO. Our Chairman, beloved Chairman, Sri Sanjeev Kumar Singh, Sri Ashish Kumar, Director Business Development, Coal India Limited. My fellow board members, Sri RVN Bisweswar, Director Finance, Hindustan Copper Limited. Sri Ramanuj Narayan, Director CSIR, IMMT. Sri Kozlo Malij, Consul General of Russian Federation. Ladies and gentlemen, और सभा में उपस्थित सभी महानुभाव, प्रथम पंक्ति से अंतिम पंक्ति तक, आज का दिन हमारे लिए गौरव और उत्साह का दिन है। हिंदुस्तान कॉपर लिमिटेड के परिवार के लिए फाउंडेशन डे से बढ़ के यह आत्ममंथन और आत्मविश्वास का अवसर है। आज हम 59th वर्षगांठ मना रहे हैं। 59 years of commitment, courage and contribution to the nation. Friends, Hindustan Copper Limited was established on 9th November 1967 with a vision to make India self-reliant in copper production. Our founder recognized this importance from a modest beginning. HCL became India's only vertically integrated copper producer, from mining to beneficiation, smelting, refining and casting of copper rod. इस यात्रा के उतार चढ़ाव में आए, पर हम हर बार हिंदुस्तान कॉपर ने अपने संकल्प और परिश्रम से नया मुकाम हासिल किया है। If we look back in the history, copper was one of the first metal discovered and used by humankind more than 10,000 years ago. It built civilization from the tools of Harappa age to the wires of the digital India. The world is now moving towards clean energy, e-mobility, renewable infrastructure, and smart grid. Every megawatt of renewable power requires tons of copper. Every electric vehicle requires 3 to 4 times of more copper than a normal vehicle. In these 59 years, HCL has just not mined metal. We have mined trust, talent, and technology. From our Malajkhand copper project in Madhya Pradesh to Khetri copper complex in Rajasthan, Indian copper complex in Jharkhand, Taloja refinery and GCP in Gujarat, हमने कॉपर की वैल्यू चेन के हर हिस्से में आत्मनिर्भरता की दिशा में कार्य किया है। From the ore refined copper, HCL stand as a symbol of India's Atmanirbhar in strategic mineral as the theme of today's international seminar. We have also contributed to employment generation, rural area development and CSR activity in our mining area. हमने अपने खनन कार्य में सबसे नवीन प्रौद्योगिकी का जैसे रिमोट सेंसिंग, ड्रोन सर्वे और रियल टाइम मॉनिटरिंग का सिस्टम लागू किया है। Our operations are becoming more efficient, sustainable and environment friendly. We are aligning ourselves with the Government of India vision of net zero emission and green mining. इस दिशा में we have got several work and लक्ष्य जो कि एक राष्ट्रीय संकल्प है। The roadmap of vision 12.0 million ton for copper ore includes expansion of all mines and also revival of our closed unit, enhancing ore processing and beneficiation, adopting mining technology, best method like cut and fill, backfilling, strengthening our exploration, collaboration with research institute, collaboration with foreign institute and foreign companies like Codelco. Already we have taken a lot of action in our Khetri complex, Malajkhand and ICC. When Vision 12.0 becomes a reality, Hindustan Copper will not only meet India's growing copper demand, but also create employment, regional development, and enhance our national mineral security. Friends, the 21st century belongs to a sustainable metal, and copper is the leading way. The world demand of copper is expected to double by 2035. India too is witnessing rise in consumption driven by heavy regulation, digitization and urban development. इसलिए आने वाले वर्षों में कॉपर केवल उद्योग की जरूरत नहीं होगी बल्कि क्लाइमेट एक्शन का प्रतीक बनेगा। हम सभी को मेहनत और ईमानदारी और समर्पण से HCL ने का 59 वर्षों तक मजबूती दी है। इसलिए आज का यह दिन सिर्फ कंपनी के लिए नहीं बल्कि हर उस कर्मचारी का उत्सव है जिसने HCL की कहानी लिखी है। HCL has been actively involved in CSR activities across health, education, sanitation, water supply and women empowerment. हमने अपने आसपास के ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में स्कूल का निर्माण करवाया, छात्रवृत्ति दी, चिकित्सा शिविर आयोजित किया और रोजगार प्रशिक्षण के कार्यक्रम चलाए जा रहे हैं। आज के इस सभा में आप सभी का जो CSR से लाभान्वित हुए हैं और दूर दूर से हमारे इस कार्यक्रम में शामिल होने के लिए आए हैं, उनका मैं विशेष रूप से धन्यवाद देता हूं। आप देखेंगे कि उनकी वजह से इस सभा की गौरव बढ़ गई है। हमने कई अच्छे स्कीम की शुरुआत की है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, आज के मुख्य अतिथि श्री सनोज कुमार झा जी का ध्यान आकर्षित कराना चाहता हूं। हमने 45 बच्चियों का छात्रवृत्ति देके सर नर्सिंग के सारे कोर्स का पूरा करने का बीड़ा उठाया है, जो हम हर एक वर्ष करते रहेंगे और हमें उम्मीद है आने वाले समय में यह संख्या और बढ़ाई जाएगी। हमारे CMD साहब के मार्गदर्शन में ना सिर्फ हम प्रोडक्शन, एक्सपेंशन और नई तकनीक में काम कर रहे हैं बल्कि हम मानवता की भी सेवा कर रहे हैं। मैं इस अवसर पे मेरे फेलो डायरेक्टर, सीनियर मैनेजमेंट, सारे यूनिट से पधारे हुए अधिकारीगण, हमारे यूनियन के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव, दूर दूर से पधारे हुए हमारे सारे अतिथिगण और जो हमारे कम्युनिटी मेंबर्स हैं, उन सभी का हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं। हम सभी को गर्व होना चाहिए कि हम उस संगठन का हिस्सा है जिसने भारत के औद्योगिक इतिहास में तांबे की चमक बनाए रखी है। एज वी मूव फॉरवर्ड, लेट दिस फाउंडेशन डे रिमाइंड अस, हमारा ध्येय केवल उत्पादन नहीं, प्रगति है, केवल खनन नहीं, निर्माण है। विथ यूनिटी, innovation and dedication, we shall make Hindustan Copper Limited a shining example of excellence, sustainability and national pride. Thank you, धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत स्वागत इस सभा में उपस्थित होने के लिए। जय हिंद।
Thank you, Dr. Sinha. We will now hear the Chairman and Managing Director of Hindustan Copper Limited, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singh.
थैंक यू। सभी को मेरा सादर नमस्कार। परम आदरणीय ऑनरेबल यूनियन मिनिस्टर फॉर कोल एंड माइंस श्री जी किशन रेड्डी साहब, आदरणीय ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर फॉर स्टेट श्री सतीश चंद्र दुबे सर, ऑल डिस्टिंग्विश्ड गेस्ट्स ऑफ ऑनर, चेयरमैन कोल इंडिया एंड एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी कोल मिस्टर सनोजा साहब, उज्जवल था साहब, DGGSI साहब, CG IBM, CMT नालको, Director IMT, Russian Council, and my board member Dr. Sinha and Dr. Shishwar, Director of Finance. All my seniors who are sitting in front of me, ladies, my union leaders, my colleagues, whosoever is present in my hall, sabhi ko sadar namaskar and very good morning. It is with immense pride and gratitude that I stand before you today as we celebrate the 59th Foundation Day of Hindustan Copper Limited. A company, as my Director of Operations said, has not only mined copper, but also has mined the trust, resilience, and national pride for nearly 6 decades. Today's seminar on critical and strategic minerals for Viksit Bharat 2047, which is our Honorable Prime Minister's dream. It's more than a technical congregation. It is a clarion call for collaboration, innovation, and transformation. It is a platform where policy meets purpose and where the mining sector reimagines its role in India's journey towards self-reliance and global leadership. As India pivots towards green economy, everybody talks of green aluminum, green steel, everything green. The digital transformation and strategic autonomy, the importance of critical and strategic minerals, copper, lithium, cobalt, rare earth, and many others. In fact, the all audience of this hall now knows very well what is critical minerals. If you open your television channels, you talk only of critical minerals and rare earth. So these minerals are the backbone of the clean energy, advanced manufacturing, defense, which has been clearly seen in the wars, recent wars, and digital infrastructure. At SCL, we have embraced this challenge with conviction and clarity. SCL plays a foundation role in securing domestic supply of copper, which is a strategic enabler. We are expanding our mining and capacities to meet the rising demand of copper for electric vehicles, renewables, electronics, and data center of late. On this auspicious occasion of the 59th Foundation Day of Hindustan Copper, we celebrate our glorious journey and reaffirm our collective resolve to the sustainable development of India's copper resources. I also take this moment to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the contribution of all those I mean to say, who have been instrumental in bringing the company this far in its evolution journey. I'll call it as a very difficult and challenging journey where we stand as of now. In service to the nation, since 9th November 1967, Hindustan Copper has stood as the sole torchbearer of primary copper production in India. In fact, with pride I say we are the only copper miner to the nation. Our journeys, though illustrious, has been marked by both triumphs and trials. The winds of economic liberalization in the 1990s brought new competition and the subsequent downturn in global copper prices, which tested our resilience. The temporary closure of underground mines at Surda, Kendadi and Rakha in the Ghatshila area in 2001 was one such testing moment. Yet, SCL did not falter. Though strategic revival efforts, operational discipline, and the indomitable spirit of its people, SCL rose from adversity, turned around, and survived the test of time. Today, Hindustan Copper stands resurgent and future-ready with the seamless transformation of the Malanchkan Copper Project into a fully underground operations, which each and every SCL team member, past, present, takes a pride, a feat of engineering and perseverance. And with the resumption of the Surda mine in 2024, SCL has reformed its capacity to adapt and thrive. The reopening of the Kendadi and Rakha mines will soon complete the remarkable cycle of revival, a testament to the company's perseverance and purpose. This all has been possible only due to constant support of central government and respective state governments. The demand for copper is set to soar with the global shift towards clean energy, electric mobility, semiconductors, artificial intelligence, and rapid digitization. The unmatched conductivity and recyclability of the copper makes it indispensable. We all call it as an eternal metal. It's the only metal which you recycle retains the property of 99.995. None of the metals have that property which copper has. Powering everything from the renewable energy grids and electric vehicles to data centers and smart devices as the world moves towards a low carbon and technology-driven future. SCL has taken many digital initiatives in the recent past. A WhatsApp video call was established through CDOT and BSNL from a depth of 400 meters beneath the surface at SCL's Khetri underground mine in Rajasthan as an R&D project. Very soon, we'll be making it a commercial project of Hindustan Copper Limited, which will be an example for all the mining industry. With a mission to contribute significantly to India's mineral security, SCL is on the threshold of a transformative expansion drive by enhancing its capacity from roughly 4 million tons to about 12 million tons by 2031. The company's collaboration with Codelco, the global copper major from Chile, which happens to be a public sector unit of a Chilean government, and the partnership with the leading PSUs whose partners are sitting here in this hall, RITES, IOCL, CIL, GAIL, and OIL, in the exploration and mining of critical and strategic minerals signify its growing global engagement and technological modernization. SCL is also exploring foreign assets to secure a stable supply of strategic minerals from overseas through a company, Kabel, which is a joint venture between Hindustan Copper, NALCO, and MECL. At the same time, India and Russia are also exploring collaborations in critical minerals, including rare earth elements, to support the growth of clean energy technologies like electric vehicles and wind turbines. This cooperation includes areas like extraction, modernization of the mining sector, and capacity building. The collaboration is a part of a broader strategic partnership to enhance industrial and economic cooperation between the two nations. At the same time, UK, India Critical Minerals Processing and Downstream Collaboration Guild planning to build a concrete partnership which strengthens and diversifies critical mineral policy chains and deliver investment growth in both the nations, India as well as UK. They also have announced the phase 2 of the UK-India Critical Mineral Supply Chain Observatory to expand mineral coverage, further integrate advanced technologies, unlock new bilateral investments, opportunities, and establish a new satellite campus at IIT ISM Dhanbad, which was recently announced by our Honorable Prime Minister. Last year, a delegation from UK, spearheaded by Dr. Andrew Fleming, the British Deputy High Commissioner, who's based in Calcutta, had visited SCL's office and for the knowledge sharing and partnership, and we have been moving in this direction in some of our mines, namely Khetri and Malanchkhat. Here and now, it's time to seize the opportunity to strive ahead, to create a value for stakeholders whose undying spirit and support has enabled us to steer through the trying times. On this very day, we are proud to run electric load haul dump LSD, its operation at Malanchkhat, and the Kulihar Binder at KCC. These will be very shortly online inaugurated. These are the symbols of our commitment to sustainable and mechanized mining. These upgrades reduce carbon footprint, enhance safety, and improve the operational efficiency. With our souvenir of technical papers being launched today, SCL is glad to foster a culture of knowledge exchange and innovation. Our R&D efforts are focused on extraction technologies, waste valorization, and mineral beneficiation tailored for India's geology with varied and complex geo-mining conditions. We are actively engaging with international stakeholders to explore joint ventures, technology transfers, and strategic sourcing. The presence of diplomatic dignitaries in this hall today reflects our intent to build bridges across borders for mineral security. SCL's commitment to inclusive growth is exemplified by the inspiring journey of Ms. Tulsi Meena, a young tribal girl from Rajasthan who scaled 8648 meters on Mount Everest with SCL's sponsorship. Our CSR programs, as my Director of Operations has already mentioned, is aligned towards the tribal upliftment, skill development, and environmental stewardship. We look ahead to 2047, the centenary year of India's independence. We envision a nation that is resource secure with resilient supply chains for critical minerals, globally integrated. We are not just mining copper-minded. We are mining possibilities, partnerships, and purpose. SCL has also implemented a number of welfare schemes like NPS for the employees, post-retirement medical schemes. We have the portal of contributory post-retirement medical schemes. And that the company has also partnered with the State Bank of India to launch group personal accident insurance schemes for regular employees and the corporate salary package. SCL has also introduced a group personal accident insurance policy for rupees 20 lakhs while on duty for all contractual persons engaged in Hindustan Copper Limited. The company is further working with banking partners to provide additional insurance to these contractual workers up to 40 lakhs, completely free of cost for the ensure the social security. They are my partners, they are my family members. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Ministry of Mines, our esteemed guests, and all stakeholders who are associated with Hindustan Copper's journey. Your presence today has enriched our mission and energizes our resolve. Let us use this seminar to forge new ideas, new alliances, and new pathways. Let us mine not just minerals, but meaning for a Viksit Bharat, which is the dream of our Honorable Prime Minister, that shines with resilience, innovation, and equity. As we commemorate our magnificent journey, the promise of a developed India beckons us. And on this Foundation Day today, let us take a pledge to offer our best to build a glorious future for Hindustan Copper and thus contribute towards nation building. I take this blessed opportunity to wish you and your family a good health, happiness, peace, and prosperity. And before I end, I'd like to mention copper is a divine metal. It is a sashwat, kabhi na khatm hone wali dhatu hai. We are lucky with the God's grace, we are working in Hindustan Copper. Vande Mataram, Jai Hind.
Thank you, CMD sir, for that inspiring address. And I am told that our Additional Secretary, Ministry of Coal, with an additional charge of the Chairman cum Managing Director of Coal India Limited, will now leave because he is in a tearing hurry to get back. And these people are so busy, friends, that they really take a lot of effort to literally snatch time out. And he travels to another land from here. So we are very grateful, sir, that you have been here with us. But before we bid him goodbye, I would request CMD sir, Sri Sanjeev Kumar Singh, to hand over a token of our appreciation and love. But this particular token that we are giving is also a tribute to copper. Now this is a Dokra image, Dokra statuette. Dokra, as you know, is a very ancient alloy of copper. And you see, we know about copper being mined and used in the Mohenjo-daro civilization. So this is a Dokra statuette of the goddess Durga, symbolic of power. So Dokra made here, of course. There's a hub called Bikna in Bakura, and of course in Gushkara near Shantiniketan. And so this is for you, sir, a tribute to all copper miners, tribute to this divine metal, and may this power of Goddess Durga emanate in everything that we think, say, and do. Meanwhile, it's a pleasure for me to greet my friend, Dr. Andrew Fleming, who has joined us here. He is the British Deputy High Commissioner and represents the United Kingdom in East and Northeast India. So, Dr. Andrew, a very warm welcome on the occasion of the 59th Foundation Day of Hindustan Copper Limited. Now, we will now launch the HCL corporate flag. the HCL corporate flag. You see, for HCL, the corporate flag stands as a proud emblem of unity, integrity, and progress, a symbol of our enduring commitment to sustainable growth and national development. I will request the Director of Geological Survey of India, Sri Ashit Shah, the Director General of GSI, to kindly do the honors for us. Please, over to you, sir. As he launches it, that's the corporate flag. Yatra tamrang, tatra valam. So, wherever there is copper, we will find strength. So, thank you very much, sir. May this corporate flag be held high, held proudly, brave in the face of storms, robust in the winds of change. It's a banner of promise against the morning sky. Now, the theme song will now be launched. Of course, my sheet says that Mr. Shah will do this as well. So, Mr. Shah, Director General of GSI, will you inaugurate the corporate theme song for us as well? This lyrical tribute celebrates its people, its purpose and pledge to power the nation's progress through responsible mining.
संचार है, संचार है। हिंदुस्तान का पर ही भविष्य का संचार है, संचार है। हिंदुस्तान कॉपर नेशन 67 में रहता है।
May you all rise, please, and applaud the theme song of this divine metal.
हिंदुस्तान का पर ही भविष्य का संचार है, संचार है। हिंदुस्तान का पर ही भविष्य का संचार है, संचार है।
हम सब गहरी सुरंगों से नव उमंग दिल में लिए,
पाताल की गोद से ताम्र लेकर हैं आए।
बाधाओं से ना रुकते हैं, विघ्नों में ना झुकते हैं।
अहम खनिजों का खनन इस देश को उपहार है। हिंदुस्तान को पर ही भविष्य का संचार है, संचार है। हिंदुस्तान को पर ही भविष्य का संचार है, संचार है। अन्वेषण हो या खनन या हो कोई परिष्करण,
देश आगे ले जाएंगे, HCL का है ये प्रण।
अनंत हो तुम अचल, तुम्ही से भारत का सम्मान है। हिंदुस्तान को पर ही भविष्य का संचार है, संचार है। हिंदुस्तान कॉपर ही भविष्य का संचार है, संचार है। हिंदुस्तान कॉपर ही भविष्य का संचार है।
So that's the beautiful theme song of Hindustan Copper, celebrating the people of the company, its purpose and pledge to power the nation's progress through responsible mining. Thank you very much for applauding these beautiful lyrics and the tune accompanying that. Wonderful singing. I don't know the names of the singers, but in due course I think it's good to acknowledge them. They're very, very well written and sung. We'll now present a technical souvenir book at this international seminar. It's a collection of precious articles and messages which will serve both as a record of excellence and a platform for thought leadership. May I request all the dignitaries on the dais to please launch the HCL's souvenir book. So that's the souvenir book being launched. Thank you. HCL, as you know, is in its 60th year. Next year it completes its diamond jubilee and it becomes a senior citizen. Okay, and HCL will be entitled to all those government discounts, you know, train, plane, and all those things. So, now the story of HCL we have seen in various corporate films, but this is truly a wonderful book which has been prepared. We call it, as usual, a coffee table book. It's a visual narrative of the great legacy and identity of this great company, the miner to the copper miner to the nation. May each one of you be given the book, please. This book is called Tamara Gatha, the Song of Copper. That's the book. Tamara Gatha. Thank you, gentlemen. Now there's something called the Kolihan Service Shaft Winder. May I request the Director General of the Directorate General of Mine Safety, Mr. Ujjwal Ta, to inaugurate the trial run of the new service shaft winder installed at the Kolehan copper mine with a capacity of 300 HP motor and 10 people capacity cage. It has a counterweight balancing arrangement along with latest safety features. A few glimpses of the service shaft winder. I will request Mr. Ta once more to now inaugurate the trial run of the electric load haul dumper or LHD at the Malaj Khand copper projects, which holds great significance in modern underground mining, representing a decisive step towards sustainable, efficient and safe mineral extraction. Connect once more. I think we'll directly connect MCP, no? Are we directly connecting MCP? Are we doing that? Are we directly connecting? We'll directly connect the Malaj Khand copper project to give a live feed. There they are. Fantastic. Are we supposed to do anything from there? No. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So these are the advanced technologies that we have implemented here, and all these things coupled with the giant strides that we are taking in all sides of the economy. You see, India as an independent nation today, politically independent nation, is 78 years old. And 78 years ago, a nation long suppressed found utterance. And another 22 years ahead, in 2047, this utterance will take shape in a huge cry, an outcry, which will engulf the whole world. 100 years from 1947, in 2047, India would certainly emerge as one of the greatest leaders in every field of activity. It is already one. And we will fulfill our Honorable Prime Minister's dream of Viksit Bharat in 2047. And these are just about small samples that Hindustan Copper is showing to the world that look what we are doing, and please understand what and where we are about to, what we are about to do and where we are about to go 22 years from now. Now, we shall now give give away certificates of achievement, excellent achievement for women. Okay. And of course, my friend here, the one in charge of the entire, it's a difficult job, entire corporate communication of the company. So Shampa Chakraborty will take you through this part of the program.
Thank you, Biplabda. You are my mentor. Well, respected sirs, madams, there are stories that move us, and then there are stories that inspire us, stories of courage, resilience, and an unyielding will to rise above every challenge. This moment is dedicated to such extraordinary women, women who have faced hardships head-on, broken barriers, and emerged not as just as survivors, but as symbols of strength and victory. Some journeys begin with a single step, and some take that step to the very top of the world. Miss Tulsi Meena dared to dream beyond boundaries and turned that dream into reality by embarking on one of the most daring expeditions known to humankind. On the topmost mountain, of course, Mount Everest, the world's highest peak. And HCL CSR is humbled to be a part of her momentous journey. I request Tulsi Meena to come up to receive Excellent Achiever Award from Mr. Pankaj Kulshrestha, Controller General in charge, IBM. But prior to that, you'll see a short clipping about her. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So let us welcome and salute this incredible young woman, a true inspiration who has proved that willpower and perseverance are all that matters.
मेरे माउंट एवरेस्ट मिशन के लिए सहयोग के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you. From the quiet corners of a village comes Miss Isha Besra, a young girl from Jharkhand whose eyes have learned to aim beyond the boundary. With a bow in her hand and unyielding focus in her heart, she has mastered the art of archery with the support of HCL CSR. I request Miss Isha Besra to receive the Excellent Achiever Award from Mr. Pankaj Kulshrestha, Controller General, IC, IPM. Then prior to that, we also have a clipping of Miss Besra speaking to us. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in applauding this remarkable young archer whose passion inspires us to aim higher in life.
तो मेरा नाम ईशा बेसरा है। मैं केंद्रीय KGB मिसाल में पढ़ती हूँ। मैं 9वीं की छात्रा हूँ। मैं डिस्ट्रिक्ट में स्वर्ण पदक जीती हूँ। मैं स्टेट प्लेयर हूँ। इससे हमें आर्चरी के किट मिलते हैं जिससे हम ट्रेनिंग लेते हैं। वहाँ से हमारे ट्रेनर आते हैं जो हमें ट्रेनिंग देते हैं। इससे हमें बहुत सारे फ़ायदे मिलते हैं। नए नए जगह जाते हैं, घूमते हैं, लोगों से मिलते हैं, जिससे हमें बहुत सारी जानकारी भी मिलती है। आशा करती हूँ कि इससे हमें आर्चरी की किट देते रहें। इसके लिए मैं इस सेल को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देती हूँ। साथ ही में कुछ करूँ।
So thank you. Miss Nazmeen Budia, along with her self-help group, twists and turns humble jute to weave a symbol of self-reliance and sustainability. With her skilled hands and determined spirit, she has not only crafted beautiful, eco-friendly bags, but also crafted a new life for herself and for those around her. I request Miss Nazmeen Budia to receive the Excellent Achiever Award from Mr. Pankaj Kulshrestha, Controller General, IBM. We have a clipping of her as well.
मेरा नाम नाज़मीन है और मैं गुंडापने गांव की रहने वाली हूँ और मेरा जो काम है मैं जो काम कर रही हूँ वो खादी बैग का है और मुझे ये काम करने के लिए
Ladies and gentlemen, please join in welcoming this remarkable village woman, a craftswoman, an entrepreneur, and a change maker who reminds us that sustainability begins with self-belief.
बहुत मदद मिलता है। ये सारे सामान और जो मदद हमें एससीएल की तरफ से मिला है, तो सभी एससीएल के सदस्यों को, सभी सर्वों को बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं कि हमारे मदद के लिए उन लोग बहुत कुछ कर रहे हैं, जिससे हमारी सभी महिलाओं को बहुत मदद मिल रही है। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you. Miss Gyanvati Miravi does not just shape clay, but life itself. With hands hardened by toil, yet guided by artistry, her self-help group turns humble earth into graceful creations, pots that hold water, lamps that bring light, and vessels that carry tradition forward. I request Miss Gayatri Miravi to receive the Excellent Achiever Award from Mr. Pankaj Kulshrestha, CG IBM. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming.
के निवासी हूँ। शुरू में मेरे पास किसी भी प्रकार का कौशल्य न होने के कारण मुझे किसी भी प्रकार का रोजगार प्राप्त नहीं हो पाता था। फिर से हिंदुस्तान कॉपर लिमिटेड मलाजखंड के CSR से कौशल्य विकास योजना के जानकारी प्राप्त हुई, जिसके द्वारा मैंने मिट्टी के बर्तन बनाने का कौशल्य प्राप्त किया और यहाँ रोजगार प्राप्त हुआ, जिससे मेरे आर्थिक स्थिति में सुधार हुआ। इसके लिए हिंदुस्तान कॉपर मलाजखंड को धन्यवाद देती हूँ।
Thank you. She keeps alive the timeless bond between man and earth. Miss Antan Uike also works with clay, water and her imagination, yet what she creates is pure art. Each pot she shapes along with her self-help group remembers a story of tradition, patience, and deep connection with Mother Earth. I request Miss Antan Uike to receive the Excellent Achiever Award from Mr. Pankaj Kulshrestha, CG IBM. We have her clipping as well. Please welcome this exceptional woman.
मेरे नाम अंतन की है। मैं ग्रामगढ़ी की निवासी हूँ। मेरे पास कोई कौशल्य नहीं था। फिर मुझे हिंदुस्तान कॉपर मलाजखंड के द्वारा कौशल प्राप्त हुई। फिर मुझे ट्राइबल कल्चर में रोजगार प्राप्त हुआ, जिसमें मेरे आर्थिक स्थिति पे सुधार हुआ। इसके लिए मैं हिंदुस्तान कॉपर मलाजखंड को धन्यवाद देती हूँ।
Thank you. So they breathe soul into a lump of clay. Some girls dream not of riches or fame, but of service, of healing pain. Their journey reflects the spirit of young India, where every dream, no matter how humble, has the power to heal. Nursing as a profession is greatly in demand in India. Under its CSR program, Arogya Daini, one who brings therapy, HCL offers scholarships to village girls to pursue nursing. And now we have with us Miss Mamta Munda pursuing General Nursing and Midwifery, that is GNM, under HCL's CSR program Arogya Daini. And I'll request her to please come up to the dais and receive the honors from Mr. RVN Vishweshwar, Director of Finance, HCL. I request Ms. Shilpa Mahato, pursuing BSc Nursing under HCL CSR program Arogya Daini, to please come up to the dais and receive the honors from all the dignitaries on the dais. So with this, I hand over the floor to my mentor, Mr. Biplab Ganguly, the MC of the day.
Thank you, dignitaries. Thank you, Shampa, for doing a marvelous job here. And we will now give away the Best Performer Awards. It always feels good to be honored by your own organization. A public pat on the back is always an encouragement to kind of raise your own bar and be a model to others who will aspire to do the same. The Best Performer Awards celebrate individuals and teams who exemplify excellence, dedication, and integrity in their work. These awards recognize not just achievement, but also commitment to quality, innovation, and organizational values. By honoring exceptional performers, the awards foster a culture of motivation and healthy competition, inspiring others to pursue higher standards of efficiency and professionalism. They serve as a testament to the spirit of perseverance and pride that drives the organization forward. I'll now request Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Sinha, Director Operation and Director Mining, with additional charge at HCL, to give away the Best Performer Awards. And at the top of the heap is Manjay Kumar from the Malanch Khand Copper Project for being the best performer in the category of four-man mines. That's a brief about Mr. Manjay Kumar for you out on the screen. Being honored, congratulations, Manjay ji, the best foreman in the mines. So these are the real wheels on which HCL moves into the future. These are the giant wheels which take the company and the organization forward. Congratulations. Mr. Banshi Lal from the Khetri Copper Complex for being the best performer in the category of mining mate. Aa jaiye, Banshi Lal ji. That's Banshi Lal ji from Khetri Copper Complex. Loudly, loudly. See, these are the people. We are all enjoying this beautiful morning because these are the units which have taken HCL over the last 60 years. He was not even born then, but he carries forward the legacy. Congratulations, Mr. Sachin Kumar from the Malanjkhand Copper Project for being the best performer in the category of blaster. So he's the master blaster. So Mr. Sachin Kumar. He's from the Malanjkhand Copper Project. Mr. Swaminathan from the Indian Copper Complex, the best performer in the category of mechanical technician in the plant. Mechanical technician, plant, Mr. Swaminathan. Congratulations. Finally, Mr. Jubair Sheikh from the Malaj Khan Copper Project, best performer in the category of electrician heavy maintenance. That's Jubair Sheikh Saab. Our next category. Thank you, Mr. Sinha. I'll now request Mr. R.V.N. Vishweshwar, Director of Finance, to do the honors. Would you step up, sir, please? And Mr. Eknath Sawant from the Taloja Copper Project for being the best performer in the category of plant operator. Mr. Vikas Kumar from the Khetri Copper Complex for being the best performer in the category of staff nurse. Staff nurse. Following Vikas Kumar, we have Vishan Kumar from the Khetri Copper Complex, best performer in the category of turner. And now we'll welcome Mr. Ganesh Chaudhary from the Malanjkhand Copper Project for being the best performer in the category of welder. Mr. Sheikh Rabibul from the Indian Copper Complex for being the best performer in the category of fitter. A big round of applause for Sheikh Rabibul from the Indian Copper Complex for being the best performer as a fitter. We will now honor young managers. I'll request Shampa to take over.
Thank you, Biplabda. HCL's Chairman's Trophy symbolizes excellence, teamwork, and dedication. It is awarded to recognize outstanding performance, innovation, and commitment that align the organization's core values. As I request Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singh, CMD HCL, to come ahead to please award the winners. I'll request Mr. B. Suresh Nayak and Dr. Apurva Sengar to come up to receive the honors. The winner team from MCP. They are together a member, and they have won the competition for HCL's Chairman's Trophy for Young Managers for the year 2025. So thank you. The first runner-up trophy
running trophy, winner के running trophy.
Okay. So this is a running trophy for the winners. The young managers will be adjudged every year, and they will be awarded for their brilliance, innovation, commitment, creativity. So the first runner-up group is from KCC. May I request Mr. KP Singh Yadav, Chief Manager Survey, KCC, Mr. Basant Kumar, Manager Mines, KCC, Mr. Shivam Sharma, Assistant Manager Survey, KCC, to come up to the dais and receive the honors from respected CMD Sir, respected DF Sir, respected DOP Sir of HCL. I'll be grateful for a round of robust applause. These are the young managers, you know. Please give the trophy. So the unit gets the first runner-up trophy, which is a running trophy. So that is the team KCC. So thank you. And the second runner-up trophy also goes to KCC. I request Mr. Shaurav Srinayak, Manager Mines, KCC, Mr. Amit Kumar, Manager Mines, KCC, Mr. Narendra Kumar, Manager Mines, KCC, to please come up to the dais to receive the honors. So these are the young managers. They are our tomorrow. They would have that clutch of pain that would feel like family. Only then they can give their all, you know. They can commit themselves unconditionally, which is very important. So thank you, sir. You can please take your seats. I'll now request Mr. Kozlov Maxim Viktorovich, Consul General of the Russian Federation, to please share his insights on this occasion. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, Suprabhat. I'll be rather brief. আমি খুব গর্বিত এবং मेरे लिए ये तो बहुत सम्मान की बात है क्योंकि आज हम हिंदुस्तान कॉपर 59वीं स्थापन की दिवस मना रहे हैं और हिंदुस्तान कॉपर की कंपनी ये एक भारत की शक्ति, भारत के आत्मनिर्भरता, भारत की प्रगति की प्रतीक हैं। इसलिए बहुत बहुत बधाई और शुभकामनाएं। আজকে আমরা 59 বার্ষিকী উদযাপন করছি, সেজন্য আমি অভিনন্দন জানাচ্ছি এবং শুভেচ্ছা করছি। और क्या बोलूं, just happy birthday, many happy returns of the day, and wish you all success. And today there's many things has happened. You know, you just unveil your company's flag and your company's song, and of course Hindustan Copper ही भविष्य के संचार है ये. So thank you so much for inviting me, and so, okay, we are looking forward to cooperating with Hindustan Copper, and of course India and Russia traditionally all-weather friends, and we are strategic partners, and of course in political, in every sphere, and of course also in the sphere of critical minerals. And today's seminar on critical and strategic minerals is a very important thing, and also I wish the seminar a grand success, and again my best wishes of prosperity to your company, and of course your company will contribute to the great vision of Honorable Prime Minister Modi of Vikshit Bharat 2047. and wish you all the best. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Consul General of the Russian Federation. I'll now request Dr. Ramanuj Narayanan, Director, CSIR Institute for Minerals and Materials Technology, to say a few words, please.
Jai Jagannath, and very good morning to all of you. मंच पर विराजमान भारत को विकसित बनाने वाले जो हमारे देश के मनीषी है, जो नेतृत्व है, सामूहिक नेतृत्व, और आप इसमें देख सकते हैं कि एक कंप्लीट वैल्यू चेन जो क्रिटिकल मिनरल का है, स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम एल्युमिनियम टू कॉपर टू माइनिंग टू IBM, GSI, टोटल सामूहिक नेतृत्व। तो आप सभी को एक R&D संस्थान की ओर से मेरा प्रणाम। अगर जो भारत को विकसित बनाना है, आत्मनिर्भर बनाना है क्रिटिकल मिनरल में, तो अभी जितने हमारे लोगों ने अवार्ड लिया और इस सभागार में मौजूद आप सभी तमाम अतिथिगण, HCL परिवार के सदस्यगण, संजीव जी के इनविटेशन पर आए बहुत सारे शोधार्थीगण और सब कंपनी जो कंप्लीट वैल्यू चेन के जितने अतिथि हैं, प्रेजेंटर हैं, एग्जिबिटर हैं, आप सभी को ये कहा जाता है कि 32 दांत में जीभ बेचारी। तो उसी हिसाब से मैं यहाँ पर R&D का प्रतिनिधित्व कर रहा हूँ। और सबसे पहले तो मैं संजीव जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ कि उन्होंने मुझे यहाँ आने का अवसर दिया। और यो देखिए, जिस तरह से हम सुबह से फिल्म देख रहे थे, हिंदुस्तान कॉपर के बारे में जानने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, तो कॉपर इज ए डिवाइन मेटल। तो उस डिवाइन के लिए आप सभी लोगों को 59वें जन्मदिन पर मुबारक। आप हीरक जयंती वर्ष के दहलीज पर खड़े हैं और उस दहलीज पर ले जाने के लिए ये जो क्रिटिकल मिनरल है, क्रिटिकल क्यों कहा जाता है, तो नाम का भी महत्व होता है। तो अभी जो नेतृत्व दिया गया है संजीव कुमार सिंह को कि वो संजीवनी लेकर आएंगे भारत के लिए, कि ये जो कॉपर की जो संजीवनी है, तो वक्त आता है जब अब अभी एक बहुत ही अच्छी किताब का विमोचन हुआ, उसमें कॉपर का इतिहास लिखा है। आप सभी को हम लोग हमेशा बोलते हैं कि हम लोग को क्लास 3 से 10 तक अच्छी तरह से पास करना चाहिए। जब इतिहास कॉपर और ब्रंज सभ्यता से होते हुए आज IT, बायो और क्वांटम की ओर जा रहा है और उसको कनेक्ट करेगा, उसको स्टोर करेगा, वो कॉपर करेगा और क्रिटिकल मिनरल करेगा। इसलिए हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री और CSIR के अध्यक्ष ने जो परिकल्पना रखी है विकसित भारत की, तो उसमें 2 मनीषी यहाँ पर बैठे हैं, एक एल्युमिनियम के नेतृत्व, एल्युमिनियम किंग, और एक कॉपर किंग। इन दोनों का बहुत ही जरूरत है देश को और एक सामूहिक नेतृत्व के द्वारा। लेकिन अगर जो आप उसको देखेंगे तो GSI, IBM उसको कनेक्ट नहीं करे, एक्सप्लोर नहीं करे, प्रोसेस फ्लो शीट डेवलप नहीं करेंगे, तो कॉपर और एल्युमिनियम बनेगा कहाँ से। तो आप चारों का मैं R&D की ओर से बहुत ही आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और एक तरह से मिलकर हम लोग को काम करने की जरूरत है। अभी हमारे मंत्री जी थोड़ी देर के बाद अपने उद्गार दूर की भाषा से IT का इस्तेमाल से करेंगे। उसके पहले मैं मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ माइंस का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं कि उन्होंने हमारे साथ, मैंने CSIR IMMT इज वन ऑफ द सेंटर फॉर एक्सीलेंस along with other 8 Center for Excellence which has been announced to that, and 2 of our partners are sitting on the dais and supporters are sitting on the dais, that's NALCO and Hindustan Copper. Thank you Sanjeev ji for being part of our Center for Excellence, and from our side we assure you that we will work together to make India Atmanirbhar and Viksit in critical minerals. When we were talking about C, how many C? Copper is a divine metal. I can tell you, because all of you are family members also, but copper, starting from health to electronics, तो एक ही बात मैं संक्षेप में बोल देता हूं कि टूटे हुए दिल के अलावा कॉपर सारे चीज को जोड़ कर सकता है, कनेक्ट कर सकता है। ये है पावर कॉपर का। अगर जो आप कॉपर की बात करते हैं, सी से जितना वर्ड है सब लगा लीजिए। सी फॉर कनेक्शन, सी फॉर कोलैबोरेशन, सी फॉर कॉम्प्लेक्सेशन, सी फॉर कॉम्प्लीमेंटरिटी। जितना सी की संज्ञा है, पूरा दुनिया तभी विकसित होगा, भारत तभी विकसित होगा जब सी से जितने एडजेक्टिव है उसको कंबाइन कर लीजिए। एंड टुडे आई एम रिप्रेजेंटिंग दैट कोलैबोरेशन ऑफ द कॉपर। बट फ्रेंड्स, ये लोग जितने हमारे अभी अवार्ड लेके गए हैं माइनिंग के लोग, धरती में जाता कौन है? जो धरती में जाते हैं, जो सबसे पहले जो हमारे अंडर माइनर जाते हैं, सबसे पहले तो मैं उनको प्रणाम करता हूं कि हम लोग जो है ऊपर से मशीन लगाकर पता करते हैं कि कैसा कॉपर है, लेकिन जो अंदर जाते हैं माइनिंग में उनको सही साइंस का पता है, सही ऑब्जर्वेशन का पता है। और अगर जो उनके बातों को भी एक लिखा जाए तो R&D बहुत ही आसान हो जाएगा, क्योंकि उनके लिए सबसे पहले जो वहां जाता है, हीरा निकलता है कोयले के खान से। अभी कोल के हमारे सचिव महोदय यहाँ पर थे, IS साहब अभी जो व्यस्त क्षणों में गए। कोल इज ए सोर्स ऑफ REE, फ्लाई ऐश इज ए सोर्स ऑफ REE। तो जो भी कॉपर माइनिंग किए, तो मेरे आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि हमारे जैसे R&D इंस्टीट्यूट को आप अपना ऑब्जर्वेशन भी लिख के भेज सकते हैं, तो देश को सशक्त बनाने में हम हमेशा आपके साथ रहेंगे। प्राइमरी होता है कि अगर जो देश में इट इज कॉल्ड प्राइमरी माइनिंग, लेकिन अभी अगर जो आप क्रिटिकल मिनरल में आत्मनिर्भर होना चाहते हैं तो सेकेंडरी सोर्स बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है। सेकेंडरी सोर्स जितना टेलिंग्स है, जितना ओवरबर्डन्स है, जितना जो चीज फेंकते हैं, सो टुडे इफ इंडिया हैज टू बिकम विकसित, वी हैव टू रीलुक इनटू ऑल द वेस्ट मटेरियल। वेस्ट टू वेल्थ वाज ए वर्डिंग, but now for us waste is a resource. So provide us resource, provide us information, and we are there to help you in developing the flow sheets. You provide the information, we have the power, we have the facility. अभी आप देखिए कॉपर कहाँ कहाँ से निकला। धरती से माइन किया, कॉपर निकाला, जो कि हमारा हिंदुस्तान कॉपर लीड कर रहा है। और दूसरी जो है समुद्र से पॉलीमोटालिक नोडुल, हमारे देश में जो भगवान समुद्र मंथन किए थे, उस मंथन से हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट ने 40 वर्षों में साथ काम करते हुए मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ अर्थ साइंसेस के साथ, NIOT, NIO गोवा, IMMT भुवनेश्वर के साथ कॉपर, कोबाल्ट, निकेल और मैग्नीज निकाला है। और अभी आप सब लोग को याद होंगे, शुभ्रांशु शुक्ला अभी स्पेस पे कदम रखे हैं, तो कॉपर का कनेक्शन समुद्र से लेकर अंतरिक्ष तक है। और यही कनेक्टिविटी एक कोलैबोरेशन के साथ हमेशा होते रहना चाहिए। CSIR का नेतृत्व हम लोगों ने बहुत प्रयास किया है। हम हिंदुस्तान कॉपर के साथ MOU किए हैं, नालको के साथ MOU किए हैं। हम लोग R&D में उसमें सेंटर फॉर एक्सीलेंस में एक साथ बढ़ेंगे। हम हमेशा आपके साथ हैं। और हमारे नेतृत्व ने 4 मिशन प्रोग्राम शुरू किए हैं क्रिटिकल मिनरल के लिए। मैपिंग एंड टैपिंग ऑफ क्रिटिकल मिनरल, बैटरी टू बैटरी, लिथियम फ्रॉम प्राइमरी, and seeds, that is solar panel, electronic, electrical waste to household, to air conditioner, to sustainable and critical minerals. So हम अपना प्रयास जारी रखते हैं, जारी रखे हुए हैं। I need your cooperation, your support, your information to make our India viksit. Thank you once again, and I hope that we will also gather once again such a beautiful celebration today, संजीव जी, that कल आज सुबह से ही मैं देख रहा हूँ कि जब रामचंद्र की बारात गई थी, अभी जो छौ डांस का हुआ था कि बने न बरनत नगर निकाई, उस तरह की छटा आप लोगों के जितने सहयोगियों ने की है। तो इसी तरह से आनंद लेते हुए, 3 इडियट के मोड में सीखते हुए, हम लोग जो 3 इडियट में है, हम सब लोग को रणछोड़ दास चाचड़ बनना चाहिए। मुन्ना भाई की तरह जितने हमारे मजदूर भाई हैं, जितने अधिकारी, एक साथ दूसरे को झप्पी दीजिए तो भारत को आत्मनिर्भर और विकसित होने में कोई भी रोक नहीं सकता है। वी हैव टू वर्क टुगेदर, वी हैव टू परफॉर्म टुगेदर, वी हैव टू सेलिब्रेट टुगेदर। हमारे IMMT में एक कहावत में पिछले 2.5 साल से चालू किया, वो लखनऊ से उधार लिया था कि मुस्कुराइए कि आप लखनऊ में हैं, तो उसका हमने बनाया था कि मुस्कुराइए कि आप IMMT में हैं। इसी तरह से मुस्कुराइए कि हम भारत में हैं और भारत के क्रिटिकल मिनरल का नेतृत्व लेने के लिए तैयार हैं। आज से 10 साल के बाद जिस तरह से कॉपर में हमने नाम किया है, एल्युमिनियम में हमने नाम किया है, इसी तरह से जितने 24 क्रिटिकल एलिमेंट हमारे मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ माइंस ने अनाउंस किए हैं, वो सब में हम अपना नेतृत्व करेंगे। और ये एक साथ होने से जो हमारे कोल, GSI, देन IBM, CSIR, IIT, NIT, Hindustan Copper, NALCO and all the other companies will come together. Definitely togetherness is the power. तभी हम अपने भारत के प्रधानमंत्री जी का और देश का विकसित सपना, आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you, sir. I'll now request Mr. Brajendra Pratap Singh, Chairman and Managing Director of NALCO, for his brief remarks.
Just, I have been requested to speed up. I will not take much time. Sanjeev Singh Saab, CMD HCL, Board of Directors of HCL, all other dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais, all madams, Madam Singh, all delegates, all executives, employees of HCL present here. At the outset, let me compliment, congratulate HCL on behalf of every one of us present here on occasion of 59th Foundation Day of HCL. HCL, we all know, a premium organization in field of copper, right from mining, beneficiation, smelting, casting, all activities they are doing, which we have already seen. And I was going through the annual report of HCL today morning itself, the kind of growth which HCL is having. So congratulations, huge round of applause under the leadership of CMD Saab. You are doing very good. Every year you are increasing your turnover, you are increasing your profits, and it is the dedication, leadership of CMD, dedication of and guidance of all board of directors, hard work of all employees of HCL, and also support of all family members, all madams, ladies, all spouses who are supporting. That's why all the people are working. So we wish you are a very good plan for the future. By 2030, you are going to expand the capacity. That is very important. We don't have to eye on the present. The future is again very important. We all know the government of India's foresight that India is going to become Viksit Bharat. For that, the copper is going to be the most critical metal. I think 10 years after this, copper is going to replace gold. We are hearing that, and the time will come, copper will become more wanted material than gold. We all know the critical minerals. The topic chosen for today's workshop, strategic critical mineral, is again important for India, for the growth of the India, for the self-reliant. But one thing, here all researchers, all from directors of IBM, directors of GSI, Research Institute, and we all production people from NALCO, from HCL are there. What I feel, what India lacks is, we have to develop technology. We don't have technology. We don't have technology for steel. We don't have technology for aluminum, and I don't know copper, whether technology is not there. We are heavily dependent on outside world for technology. We are good assemblers. We are good operators. We have to develop technology, and as a nation, if we want to become self-reliant, we have to have our own technology. In that field, we all have to come together and work. My best wishes once again for the success of this workshop. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request the CMD of MECL, Mr. Indradev Narayan, for his views, please. Okay. We have with us Mr. Pankaj Kulshrestha, Controller General in Charge, Indian Bureau of Mines. A few words from you, sir.
A very good afternoon to all. Dignitaries on the dais, DGGSI, DGMS, CMDs of Hindustan Copper, NALCO, Consular General Russian Federation, Board of Directors of Hindustan Copper, dignitaries of the dais, my colleagues, my old friends from SCL, delegates from across the country, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to congratulate Hindustan Copper for their 59th Foundation Day. Still, I remember 9th November 92, when Hindustan Copper celebrated the 25th of its Foundation Day, the Silver Jubilee celebration. And fortunately, I was a part of that celebration. And I think very few people present in the hall witnessed that day. Still, I have a very fond of memories of that day with me. I am really, indeed, honored, privileged to be part of this celebration on the occasion of 59th Foundation of Hindustan Copper, which is my mother organization. I started my career with Hindustan Copper in 1989 and was with the organization till 2009. Having spent more than 20 years with Hindustan Copper, I learned that one thing. Hindustan Copper is more than the place of work. It's a system. It's an ecosystem where the system developed with the support of each and every individuals, with the shares, commitment of each and every individuals. We have seen, particularly I have seen lots of up and downs in Hindustan Coppers in last 20, 30 years. I have seen the phase when Hindustan Copper is on top in 96, 97. Then there is a decreasing trend in 2002, 2001 when LME was at its lowest, around $1,100, $1,200 US. And again today, when company is making a huge profits. But one thing, I am very sure at all these times, whether it's a low or high, that company has a potential, and one day the company will come up from its losses and maybe become one of the biggest company of the country. Still, today I am firm belief that we are talking about the critical minerals. We are talking about the potential of the India in critical minerals. I firm believe that if any country can do it, right from the mine exploration to the processing of critical minerals in the country, that too in the government sector, that may be the Hindustan Copper. We know that critical minerals are essential for country's economic growth. Everybody is after the critical minerals. They are the basic requirement for production of the clean energy, space technology, modern electronics, and defense. But we all know that if we start the production or exploration of the critical mineral, it's not too easy. Because the first thing, exploration, it takes its own time. And another thing, the production and gestation period, it takes own time. The main important thing is that we have to focus on the secondary route, as earlier speakers also told. I think Hindustan Copper may also take lead on this in this area, and most probably whatever the discussions take place in today's seminar, which will be start soon, I am very much hopeful that we will be able to deliberate the process, R&D, and options available for processing of critical minerals in the country. With these words, I once again wish Hindustan Copper congratulate and is a grand success to the seminar Viksit Bharat Critical and Strategic Mineral 2047. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. We'll now hear from the Director General of the Geological Survey of India, Mr. Ashit Shah.
Very good morning, dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great pleasure and pride for me that I am part of this 59th anniversary celebration of HCL. Companies like HCL, NALCO, they are testament to our effort which we do every day in the field. We are the explorers. We discover deposits, and if those deposits are not exploited, then our energy, our effort goes in drain. So I'm extremely happy to be part of this ceremony here. And talking about Hindustan Copper Limited, in today's journey towards clean energy transition, net zero, probably copper is by far the most important commodity which is needed for this clean energy transition, mainly because of the fact that it is the backbone of electrification. And if you think from your household itself, your electrical wirings to the high tension wires, to the smart grid, everywhere you need copper. And the new age technologies, the renewable energy resources through solar power, through wind energy, everywhere you need lots and lots of copper. Take for example the wind energy installations. 1 megawatt from wind energy would require probably tons of copper. And if you can think of our target to become a net zero nation, the amount of copper which we are going to need is astronomical. The estimates which has been done regarding the demand for copper in 2050 is something which is more than which we can think of, what we are consuming right now, world over. Incidentally, we are not a big producer of copper. We still import a lot of copper from outside. The big players are Chile, Peru, and of course, China. Where are we? HCL knows that very much, and HCL has got plans to do big. And that's why they have signed up contracts and collaborations with a lot of national and international players. I attended a meeting with Codelco, with whom HCL has joined hands. HCL, I guess, is also a party to the COE initiative of NCMM. Yes, we from Ministry of Mines have designated 9 agencies, 9 institutes of repute as COEs. What will these COEs do? They are not going to do and go and explore, or neither they are going to do mining. What they are trying to do is find out answers, as CMD NALCO has said, that we lack technology. And why is technology that very important today? Because the days of high-grade, high-tonnage deposits are over. What we get more is low-grade, low-tonnage, or maybe low-grade, high-tonnage. We need more and more new technologies where we can extract these metal from this type of deposits. You know, there is a deposit which is getting final shape in Orissa. We are working on that, and I have shared the information with CMD HCL. That is going to become a very big deposit, once again, mineable deposit in time, in the near future. But it's not new. It is nothing which we have discovered yesterday. It has been discovered earlier, but it was not considered to be economic because of its low grade. But today, because of the changed scenario, this is going to become a very good deposit. And I hope HCL will be able to work on that, will be able to mine that. Similarly, there are many other deposits waiting to be tapped in our country itself, in Rajasthan, for example. But all these are, doesn't have that scale of operation, and it requires newer technologies, newer flow charts for extraction and smelting and refining and all those things. And added to that, we have this new focus on critical and strategic minerals. There also, we need to develop value chain. If we talk about the bulk minerals, the whole value chain is established, right from exploration to product generation. And even in case of copper, it is established. But we cannot say that in case of the critical minerals. Exploration is going on full steam. Not only GSI, there are many other organizations who are actually trying to jump into this bandwagon. People who have been working on coal, oil, they are also trying to find critical minerals. I will tell you that finding critical minerals, exploring critical minerals is not a challenge at all. It has been done, it is being done. The challenge is to extract those critical minerals from the host rock and then use it for the product generation. There lies the challenge for our country per se. And it's not only us, it is world over. There is a geopolitical scenario you are very much aware of, that only one country is ruling the roost as far as production is concerned and as far as refining is concerned. So these are the challenge areas. And in this scenario, HCL can play a great role. I mean, HCL with its expertise in copper as a miner and an organization which has got all sorts of operations, right from mining to product generation, they can, translate this knowledge, this expertise into the sector of critical minerals. We will explore the minerals for you. You take it down to the midstream and the downstream. So, and as I said, the demand for copper will go on increasing because whatever new age technologies you do, you cannot write off copper. Copper is there to stay. So, it is not only primary mining, we also have to look into this urban mining circular economy concept. As far as copper is concerned, it is 100% recyclable. And there is a lot of recycling happening in our country. But the challenge here is that it is an unorganized sector. It's an informal sector. So the quality, it's questionable. This is an area where HCL can do a lot because it has already got the complete expertise, complete know-how of the primary mining scenario, primary mining value chain. So I would request CMD HCL to take this up as a parallel process. Let HCL of future, HCL of coming years also become a giant in circular economy as far as copper is concerned. So I'm not going to delve any further. I would just like to congratulate each one of you, HCL, and your employees, your CSR activities, your initiatives in making HCL a excellent, vibrant organization, a forward-looking organization, and for hosting us and creating this very good atmosphere, vibrant atmosphere, and wish you absolute, happiness for all your employees and many, many laurels to come. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Dr. Ashit Shah, Director General, GSI. Before we listen to our honorable ministers, whose addresses you'll see on the screen, I would welcome the Director General of the Directorate General of Mines Safety, Mr. Ujjwalta, for his brief remarks.
I should not say good morning. I think we have passed 12 o'clock. So good day, everybody. I am very honored and privileged to be here as part of you to celebrate the 59th Foundation Day of Hindustan Copper Limited, a vertically integrated premier organization since long back. Happy birthday to ACL and congratulations to all the stakeholders in this occasion. And all the dignitaries present in the dais, and ladies and gentlemen and persons present from different organizations to be as participants or as deliver lectures on this international seminar, and also the persons present from electronic and print media to be gathered here in the city of joy, Kolkata. And this credit goes to Mr. Sanjeev Singh, CMD, Hindustan Copper Limited. He has not only made this an internal Foundation Day celebration as a national, but also made it international also by his own caliber. So kudos to Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singh. I am here, but I was listening to everything. As a trainee also, I visited the Hindustan Copper Limited. As inspector, I inspected the Hindustan Copper Limited. Now I am privileged here to be before you as a to say or to be part with you for this celebration. This Hindustan copper's importance you see down the edges if we go through, that copper has been used since long back. We can say that after Stone Age, some Copper Age, then Bronze Age, then you can say this Iron Age, then the Modern Age. But copper has been utilized in different forms because of different properties. Copper earlier used only as utensils or weapons, earlier very primitive because it is malleable and it was anti-corrosion properties. Now it continues to be used as for our industrial revolution when its conducting capabilities were invented and thermal conductivity. Now it is used in electronic industry and as a energy transition. And all the speakers have talked about all these things. So, but one thing is sure that we are having very less deposit in copper in India. We had to depend mainly on import. And in this hour, that more challenge is the grade of copper is very low in India as compared to other countries. And even for the development of to identify index of development of a country, this copper content is a prime factor. In developed nations, actually, copper consumption is actually 6.3 kg per person. But in developing nations, its consumption is only 0.6. Now, from the primitive age of from this Independence Day, when we are developing nation or poor nation, we have now developed. We are developing nations. Now, Viksit Bharat 2042 aims for our to be developed nation. By this, so copper consumption has to be increased, and if you have to increase copper consumption, this industrial has to take place. We have to produce and refine this copper, and for this at least if we have to less dependent on our import and thus save our foreign exchange, we have no choice but to depend only on copper industry for its different industrial parameters. One thing is sure, that our Hindustan Copper Limited is a classic case study. How it developed, how it went through the ups and downs, because it depends, copper prices depend on LME prices, then how is fate was decided by some policy intervention, and now it is again coming up and it is growing and it will grow. So diversification and this merger and agglomeration is in need of the day. What I, from the experience, what I expect, or what my aim, that from the mining fraternity, there should be a say to our policy maker that before closing in a mine, we have to have a proper strategy. All of a sudden, because to develop and develop a mine, to make it operationalized and to get it matured, it takes many years, say minimum 9 to 10 years, and for underground mines, it will much more. When many of the mines are closed, then Hindustan Copper went down in their economic parameters. So immediate financial gain and future economics and future relevance, future strategy, because already we know though copper is a strategic mineral because of its various utilization. Since long back copper is being used, but all of a sudden if a policy intervention makes like this decision that because the ore grade is less, so we should close the mine without due thoughts to its strategy, we have to align our policy. So as in DGMs, what I see, that as a mining engineer fraternity should have a say in the policy decision of the Indian government, that when mine is to be closed and why it is not to be closed. That strategy we are not having so far. And again, before closing the mine, now the Ministry of Mines and Ministry of Coal are doing some repurposing of mines. That is a very good concept. At least if you do not close, we should repurpose for use for something beneficial for the society. And recirculation and the circular economy we will talked about, because it is depleting source, you cannot continue, it is not a renewable. Mining has many differences, difficulties, unique properties, mining, which is different from other industries. And mining is very much essential to the development of the nation and the development of civilization. In that context, every company, I think particularly mining company, in my opinion, should have some policy persons in their decision making, who can frame, consolidate and see the policy framework of the company, keeping in the strategical view of the future. And also one economist, so that they can gain the insight of this economics or econometrics of these mining minerals. Now, India started in rare earths limited. When there are rare earths, you see, there are 17 minerals in the periodic table, what we mine. But we don't have any processing. You have to send it to China for processing. Now, China is the 80% producing rare earths, and 90% producing and processing is 90%. So whole world is depending on them. When they become arrogant, that in view of this economic parameters and also geopolitical scenario, these critical minerals and rare earth minerals are of very much importance for the development, for the energy security, for our mineral security, and for our economic progression and development. Keeping in this view in mind, we think that we have to strategize our priorities, where to mine, how to mine, when to close. All these decisions out of a political or some only immediate financial gain should never be taken into consideration. In this context, we should learn the experience of Kolar Goldfield and also the Hindustan Copper Limited, so that it will be our learned lesson when to do, what to do, how to do, and why not to do. With this, regarding this today's seminar, already we are running sort of very schedule. I congratulate that this to all the participants, and hope this seminar on for Viksit Bharat critical and strategic minerals. We are not having any nickel mines, we are not having molybdenum mines, we are not having any cobalt mines in India. So how to get it this? Because for new industrial liberalization, every phases it requires these very critical minerals. Now Indian critical mineral mission has also been declared, and with this we hope that this seminar will give some insight. Though this is a new domain it will be for ACL to jump into this critical division, but diversification for the company is necessity, but only depending on copper will not very good because it will be working, not only working in isolation, but we have to work in silo, so that at least strategic, what the China got this prime advantage, first mover advantage in rare earth minerals. We also started in 1850, but we got lagged behind because of our foresight and for continuous policy consistency. So policy consistency is very much essential for this, particularly in the mining field, because his gestation period is very high. So with this, I hope this seminar will go well with the participants, and also some insight will be derived and which will be beneficial for the country and the society as a whole. And I wish all the success. Again, congratulate and my namaskar to for the happy birthday of Hindustan Copper Limited. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Director General DGMS. Friends, it's now time to hear the Honourable Minister of State for Coal and Mines, Government of India, Sri Satish Chandra Dubey ji.
नमस्कार दोस्तों, हिंदुस्तान कॉपर लिमिटेड के स्थापना दिवस के अवसर पर उनके तमाम कर्मचारी पदाधिकारी सबके लिए हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं, बधाई है। और आपका निरंतर प्रयास हिंदुस्तान कॉपर को आगे बढ़ाएगा और हिंदुस्तान को आर्थिक स्थिति में मजबूत होने में अपना योगदान देगा। धन्यवाद।
We shall now hear the special address, we call it the keynote, by Sri G. Kishan Reddy, Honourable Minister of Coal Mines and Parliamentary Affairs, Government of India. They have not loaded it properly. It's not coming here. It only came here. It only came on the side panel. It only came on the side panel. It did not come there. तो वो बीच में आ जाइए ना। So we'll now hear the Honourable Minister of Coal, Mines and Parliamentary Affairs, Sri G. Kishan Reddy ji. क्या हो रहा है? Friends, a little bit of a technical snag in connecting. We would all want to we wish to hear the Honourable Minister. Just a little bit of a connection issue coming.
Namaskar, good day for everyone. I extend my Namaskar, good day for everyone. I extend my best wishes and appreciation to Hindustan Copper Limited for organizing the International Seminar on Critical and Strategic Minerals. I also convey my heartfelt congratulations to Hindustan Copper Limited on 59th Foundation Day as the country's only state-owned PSU on copper mines. HCL is the torchbearer of copper and eternal metal and true partner in India's development journey. The company's efforts in expanding its portfolio to include critical minerals such as lithium, nickel and cobalt are commendable. Threats in the rapidly evolving global dynamics critical and strategic minerals have become the foundation stone of technological and innovation, energy transition, and national security. Today, India stands at a very important point or the course of making history. We are the world's fourth largest economy and one of the world's fastest growing economies. We are working on a mission mode to become a developed nation by 2047 as a Prime Minister vision. We are also working tirelessly to achieve the global commitment becoming a net zero economy by 2047. We are on the way to become a global manufacturing powerhouse. A strong and self-reliant critical minerals ecosystem will be the silent force behind the historic transformation. Under the visionary leadership, Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, the Mines Ministry has adopted forward-looking and reform-oriented approach to build domestic capability. As you know, we are launched the National Critical Mineral Mission with an outlay of almost 34,000 crores under the Prime Minister's leadership. Under the mission, we are working simultaneously on several fronts, from encouraging greater exploration, more mining, building processing, and recycling infrastructure, developing scientific and technological self-reliance, etc. We are simultaneously undertaking policy reforms to ensure effective implementation on the mission goals, such as a fast-tracking regulatory approvals for critical mineral projects, financial incentives for exploration, legislative reforms to promote recovery from mine tailing, overburden, and electronic waste. We are the empowering India's PSU and private sector to secure strategic mineral assets abroad and strengthen partnership with resource-rich nations. We are the expanded the National Mineral Exploration Trust mandate to overseas projects as well to provide financial impetus to companies. We must ensure that mined in the world, made for India become our mantra for securing critical mineral supply chain. Bilateral agreements have been signed with a number of countries such as Australia, Argentina, Zambia, Chile, to name a few, to facilitate overseas exploration and mining activity. Another key priorities under the mission is strengthen research and development as an important pillar of becoming truly Atmanirbhar in critical minerals and processing technologies. 7 centers of excellence have been established to close collaboration with industry, academia, and strategic partners. Friends, the key to development India as a responsible leader of the future mineral economy in a whole of government efforts and whole of government approach, working hand in hand with the state governments, PSUs, private enterprises, and research institutions. I urge all the stakeholders, government agencies, industry leaders, scientists, researchers, startups, and youth to join hands in building a resilient, sustainable, and self-reliant critical mineral ecosystem for the national development. Let us work together towards a vision of Vikasit Bharat 2047, ensuring that India's mineral strength becomes the bedrock of the economic and strategic leadership in the world. All these words, I once again congratulations HCL management and workers for this event. Thank you. Jai Hind, Bharat Mata ki Jai.
So thank you. May I now request Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singh, CMD HCL, to honor Mr. Ujjwal Tah, Director General, DGMS, with a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. May I request CMD HCL? May I request CMD HCL to please greet Mr. Ashish Saha, Director General, GSI, and hand him over a token of our reverence, a Dokra art of Ma Durga. I'll now request CMD HCL Sir to felicitate Mr. Pankaj Kulsreshta, Controller General in charge IBM, with the deity of Ma Durga. And it is a copper alloy. So you find a copper in all these small remembrances. I'll request CMD Sir to please felicitate Mr. Brajendra Prasad Singh, CMD NALCO. May I request CMD HCL to please felicitate Director Business Development, MECL. Okay. So then I'll request CMD Sir to please felicitate Mr. Kozlov, the Consul General of Russian Federation. May I request CMD Sir to please hand over the remembrance to Director Business Development, Coal India Limited. Okay, so may I now request Director Finance, Sir, to please propose a vote of thanks.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Such has been the energy and the enthusiasm during the day. We overshot the times by miles, like Tom Hanks in Forrest Gump or maybe Amir Khan in Lal Singh Chadda. And maybe that is why suddenly we realize we are so far off. Feeling gratitude and not expressing it is like wrapping a present and not giving it. On behalf of Hindustan Copper, it gives me immense pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks on the occasion of the International Seminar on Critical and Strategic Minerals for Viksit Bharat 2047, coinciding with the 59th year of Hindustan Copper Limited's journey. First and foremost, I express my deepest gratitude to our Honorable Minister of Mines, Shri G. Kishan Reddy ji, for gracing the celebration of the 59th Foundation Day of Hindustan Copper Limited with his kind words expressed through his video message. Sir, your inspirational leadership and continuous guidance in the mining sector inspire us to move forward with greater determination and accelerate our contribution towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. I also express my sincere thanks to Honorable Minister of State for Mines, Shri Satish Chandra Dubey ji, for his kind message and encouraging words, which provide tremendous motivation to the entire HCL family. Sir, we are truly honored by your continued kind support. I extend my sincere thanks to all our esteemed dignitaries, distinguished speakers, delegates, participants, media personnel, our valued stakeholders, and our industry partners for gracing this event. I am grateful to the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Coal, Government of India, with additional charge of CMD, Coal India Limited, Shri Sanoj Kumar Jha ji, who took his time off today. Director General DGMS, Shri Ujjwal Tah ji. Director General GSI, Shri Asit Saha ji. Control General ICA IBM, Shri Pankaj Kulshesh ji. CMD Nalco, Shri Brijendra Pratap Singh Ji, CMD Bama Lorry and Company, Shri Adip Nath Paul Chaudhary Ji, Director CSR, IMT Dr. Ramanuj Narayan Ji, Director BD, Coal India, Shri Ashish Kumar Ji, who made it to the occasion, Consul General of the Russian Federation, Mr. Kozlov Maxim Viktorovich, for graciously sparing the valuable time to be with us today. I'm also thankful to Control of Mines Calcutta, Shri Pukhraj Neniwal Ji, HOD Mining, IIT ISM, Professor B.S. Chaudhary Ji, and also to the British High Commissioner, Shri Dr. Fleming. I'm thankful to the Ministry of Mines led by able Secretary Shri Piyush Goyal Ji for their continuous guidance and unstinted support, without which it would not have been possible to organize an event of such a large magnitude. I thank CMD HCL for his inspiring vision, leadership, and empathy for one and all. Sir, your guidance lights the path forward as we transition into our next chapter of growth. I thank Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Sinha, Director of Operations with additional charge of Mining HCL, for his invaluable contribution, intense involvement, and inputs in ensuring the success of today's seminar and the entire 59th anniversary celebration. I thank Shri Harshimran Singh Ji, CVO HCL, who has in his own imitable style ensured the success of today's program. I also thank Shri Avinash Janardhan Videji, our independent director, for his gracious presence, who has come all the way from Nashik. We are equally honored to acknowledge the presence and blessings of all our ex-chairmen and managing directors, former CVOs, ex-executives, and our ex-workmen. Your work, your decisions, your dedications have built the strong foundation on which HCL stands today. You are the driving force behind the company's success in delivering this divine metal to the nation. And I'm also thankful to the Master of Ceremonies, Shri Vipul Ganguly, who has managed to stage this event in such a wonderful manner, in spite of all constraints. I would be failing in my duty if I do not acknowledge the excellent support given by our business partners, namely our vendors and customers, who are equally aligned with us and play an intrinsic part in the growth journey of Hindustan Copper. I also take this opportunity to place on record a deep appreciation to the entire organizing team and staff for their meticulous planning, hard work, and tireless efforts which have made this occasion memorable and successful. I acknowledge the tremendous support given by the management and staff of Hotel Taj Tal Kutir, who have wholeheartedly given us tremendous support in making this event a great success. And finally, to our entire copper family, our executives, workmen, trade unions, officers association, and especially our miners who work in challenging environments every day. We salute your commitment, your dedication, and your spirit. Hindustan Copper is not just a company. It is a collective effort, a culture, a legacy of 15 years written by all of you. As we look towards the future, let us carry the spirit of the past 59 years, the same resilience and pioneering drive into the years ahead. We are ready to embrace the challenges and opportunities of the copper industry's future. We are the ones who can unite in a shared pursuit of progress and sustainability for a brighter day and a greener tomorrow, and let us move forward together with renewed energy, renewed commitment, and renewed confidence. Thank you once again to each and everyone associated with Hindustan Copper Limited. Jai Hind, Vande Mataram, Jai Hindustan Copper.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally arrived at the close of this very inspiring inaugural morning session. Of course, it went into the afternoon. After this, we'll have the technical session, and prior to that, the exhibition stalls will be opened. but we have a pleasant job to perform right now. Nearly 150 years ago, 150 and 2 days more, that was on the November the 7th, 1875, Vande Mataram was first published in the Bongo Darshan Patrika by the author himself, Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay. It is not correct when people are saying that it was composed 150 years ago. It was published for the first time. Bankim Chandra wrote this song on Maghi Purnima Day, on the night of the January 31st and the 1st of February, 1874, sitting in the expansive Lal Gola Palace in Murshidabad, where he was hosted by the then Zamindar Maharaja, Raja Jogendra Narayan Roy. And there was a very, very interesting story prior to that. He, as you know, was a serving officer in the government, where he was a deputy magistrate. In fact, he was crossing a cricket field, part of a cricket field, while a match was going on, and he was heckled and pulled out and beaten up. He was very sad. Jogendra Narayan Roy and others were part of it. And then, of course, he retired to the palace. He was overcome with divinity in the midst of all those temples and the Kali Ma that he saw in the palace. And he was so hurt by the indignation that he wrote this song as a prayer to the mother. So, the Honorable Prime Minister has given this call to recite Vande Mataram over the next 1 year. We will sing this song now. These two words signify the great power of utterance of just two words, which thousands of our freedom fighters carried on their lips when being whipped and when being taken to the gallows. So would you rise for the national song, Vande Mataram. Friends, we will break for 10 minutes and then reassemble here. About 1:15. Yeah, the stalls are just outside, and you can move ahead and visit the stalls outside, and then you reassemble here. At 1:15, you can reassemble here. Thank you very much for being here. Check.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, the stalls are there outside. आप सभी से ये गुजारिश है कि आप stalls पे जाएं, हमारे stalls को visit करें. A lot of stalls are there. Please visit the stalls and you can see the most out of it. Thank you. Everybody is requested to visit the stall and we'll start in 10 minutes.
Hello, check. Hello. Hello. Hello, check, check, test. Hello. 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 check, check. Hello, hello. Hello, check. Hello, hello. Hello, check, check. Hello. Hello, check, check. Hello, hello. Hello, check. Hello, hello. Hello, check, check. Hello. Hello. একটু মনিটরে দেওয়া যাবে? Hello, check, check. Hello, hello. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check, check, check. Test. Hello. Hello, hello. Check, test. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Check. Hello. Hello, check, check. Hello, hello.
Hello, check. Hello, hello, hello.
Check, check, check. Hello, hello. Check. Hello, hello. Check. One. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Check, check, check. Hello, hello, hello. Hello.
Hello, check.
One,
Hello,
two.
hello, check.
Check. Hello, hello. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hello, hello, hello. Check, check, check. Check, check. Hello, hello. Check, check.
Hello, check, check. Hello.
Check, check, check. Hello, hello. Check, solo. Hello, hello. Check, check. Hello, hello. Check, check. Hello, hello. Check, check. এটা 15. Hello, hello. Check, check. Hello, hello. Check, check, check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Check, check.
Hello, hello, check, check, check. Hello, hello. Hello, check, check, check. Hello. Hello, hello, check, check. Hello, hello. Hello, check, check, check. Hello, check, check, check. Hello, hello. Hello, check, check, check. Hello, check, 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 check. Hello, hello. Hello, check, check. Hello, hello. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check.
Check, check. We will begin the presentation shortly. So I would request all the dignitaries who are there at the stalls or having some refreshment to please gather at the hall so that we can begin the presentation as soon as possible. And as you are all aware that we have overshot a bit, but then, of course, we were there to make it up. I would request all the dignitaries to please come to the auditorium and enjoy the technical session too. Request all the dignitaries to please come to the auditorium and enjoy this technical session also. We had a wonderful morning. We'll make it a brilliant afternoon too. I invite one and all to please come and join in this first session for the technical program which is going to happen over here shortly. As you all know that we have overshot a bit, but then of course we are here to make it up. I would request everyone to please come to the auditorium so that we can move ahead with the session as soon as possible. Thank you.
Every victory is a spotlight moment, isn't it? But it's the quiet grind backstage that makes it shine.
Hello, hello, check, check, check. Hello.
It is the result of countless many hands that work tirelessly through night and day for a win that belongs to everyone. It is
a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are here to begin the first session for the International Seminar on Critical and Strategic Minerals for Viksit Bharat at 2047. We have the panelists over here, Dr. D. Sarkar, who is the CEO of ICDC, Mr. M. Narsaiah, the Secretary General for MEAI, and Mr. G.K. Pradhan from the AKS University, Satna. I would request Dr. D. Sarkar, CEO ICDC, to please come up on the dais to chair the session, to be the moderator for the session. A warm welcome to you, sir. I would request, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Dr. D. Sarkar, Mr. G.K. Pradhan from the AKS University, Satna.
Sustainable future, innovating for performance.
The moderators and we welcome Mr. M. Narsaiah, Secretary General, Mining Engineer Association of India. We have our moderators here, and for the first session, I would request Mr. Abhishek Bhatia from Boston Consulting Group to please come up on the dais and take a seat for the first session. Ladies and gentlemen, as you have already enjoyed the morning, I would request everyone to keep some energy within you and enjoy this technical session also. The first session from BCG, we welcome Mr. Abhishek Bhatia to please come up on the dais. I would request Mr. Deepak Krishna Kurup from Angola, India Chamber of Commerce and Industry to please come up on the dais and take a seat. Mr. Deepak Krishna Kurup. Mr. Mark Ryan and Mr. Dhyanendra Mani Tripathi from Normit India Private Limited. Mr. Devashish Upadhyay from IIT Kharagpur. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the speakers on the dais. Yes, sir. Mr. Nagarajan Kadappan from FL Smith and Mr. Suvendu Bose from Grant Thornton. Please take the seat. For the first paper, I invite Mr. Abhishek Bhatia from Boston Consulting Group for his paper with the topic Opportunities in Critical Minerals. Abhishek Bhatia is the Managing Director and Partner, Boston Consulting Group, and he has more than 20 years of experience in industry and consulting. He leads BCG India's Global Advantage Practice and metals and mining operations globally, driving large-scale business transformations and championing India's clean tech and critical minerals agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Mr. Abhishek Bhatia and his paper. So I would request for a 10-minute session. Of course, our moderators would like to speak something. Mike.
Hello, check.
Welcome back. Very good afternoon to all of you. I think this is the pre-lunch session. We have to hurry up. And I request my colleagues on the dais who will be speaking on the respective subject on critical minerals to be very brief. After 10 minutes, there will be a buzzer. And after that, you have to conclude within a few seconds, because lunch will be getting colder and colder. Welcome back to all of you.
Thank you.
Yeah, please. Now hand it over. Please start the session. Help us.
Thank you so much. It is a great pleasure and a great opportunity for us to present here at this August gathering of people who are technically very strong in mining and technically very strong in this topic of critical and strategic minerals. As the moderator said, I think I'll take a short peep into the minerals landscape in India. I think we of course discussed in the morning a lot about copper, but we also discussed about a lot of these critical strategic minerals, the rare earths. And in this 10-minute presentation, I wanted to just lay out the landscape of rare earth metals, which is there globally as well as in India. And that basically should be our focus area as we think of, the critical minerals like copper as well as going beyond that. I think all of us are engineers or technicians here. We understand the periodic table and the heavy and the light rare earth metals that are there. Across these heavy and light rare earth metals, 17 of them, while they are found globally, I think they are found significantly more in Asia. And I think, of course, the light metals are much more in Asia, including gadolinium, terbium, yttrium, across the board. The more important part is their use case. Across these 17 elements, if you look at the use cases of these elements, they are used across largely in magnets, in glass and ceramics, as catalysts for chemical processes, and more importantly, as we were discussing today, in the entire EV transition, the green transition that needs to happen. Of course, magnets is a very large part of it, and the reason for it is also for our EV transition because they get used in the EV motors as well. And hence, there is a huge criticality, and we saw from the US-China trade discussions, the leverage that China has because of these rare earth elements being there in China as processing. The demand outlook for them is, of course, very bright. I think for, minerals in this category, they are going to grow at 6-7% across, and, the demand for them will become 2.5 times by the time we reach 2040. By the time the Viksit Bharat goal that we have, they will be 3 times of the current demand globally as such, because they are critical for the green transition, as we all know. One important stat I wanted to just leave with this group, while magnets is only 35% of the volume of rare earths being used, it is actually 83% of the value. So there are some materials which are more critical than others, and hence our prioritization, our focus area also has to be to develop, of course, do the exploration of these minerals, but also to develop the right technology for processing these minerals in this case. So while magnets is only 1/3 of the volume of materials that we use, but they are almost more than 80% of the value that gets used across these rare earth elements in this case. If you look at the supply demand, I think the demand is, as I said, is growing at 5-6%, and cumulatively, the deficit is going to exceed 370 KT, by the time we hit 2035 itself. So what does that mean? One, there is going to, if there are not enough supply sources that get developed, during this decade from 2025 to 2035, the price for them is going to even rise further. And hence people will keep looking at alternatives, people will keep looking at mines. And as we were discussing in the morning, there is a lot of new mines which may not be economical as of now, but will become economical as the price keeps going up for these materials. And again, as I said, it's a differing story. A large deficit in NDO, maybe smaller in PRO, and in some of the other elements as well. So I think we need to really prioritize which materials are we looking for in this case. I mentioned earlier the demand-supply tightness will remain, especially in the magnets as well. Given this entire, if I look at the demand equation, and look at the materials across scandium, parsimonium, neodymium, terbium, dysprosium, we will have a significant deficit in terms of the materials. So this is actually at the demand side. But if I look at the supply side, the supply outlook, the China controls almost 57% of the global production and 35% of the global reserves. So I think China has invested not only in exploring and developing mining for these rare earth elements, but also developed the right technology for processing, which is why it controls more than half of the global production as well of our rare earth elements. And that is of course in China, but there are multiple other Chinese controlled companies in other countries which also control a larger part beyond the 57% as well. So I think this is again one more area where I think we should, in the spirit of self-reliance, Atmanirbharta, look at how do we really develop both the minerals as well as the technology required for these minerals. The deposits are spread all over India. Of course, we might argue that we have lesser deposits, but I think it's also a game of exploration. If we keep exploring more, we will also keep finding newer and newer deposits. And with the demand-supply gap, the pricing will make some of the newer mines also more economical as we go forward in this case. If you look at the value chain, and I think this is where I wanted to just spend maybe 1 minute, I think we mentioned the raw materials part or the mining part, of course, controlled largely by China, but the processing part also largely controlled by China. And I think if you look at it, for example, refining, while US might be a technology leader, they don't have any footprint in refining for rare earth materials. China also is developing a good footprint in terms of technology development and recycling of these materials. Given the high prices, the end of the life value chain also will become very important, and hence the recycling also is becoming significantly important in this case. So hence, when we think of technology, it's not only at the refining side, but it's also at the recycling side, and also of course of the downstream products in creation of magnets, which is the largest use case in this case, right? I think, of course, there are multiple companies which are already there, and we know about these MP materials, Chalco from China, RE also Chinese company which are there in this case, and they have really developed a significant amount of technology in this case. Given all this, what is the implication for India? What should India do? So I will maybe end here with one example, and I think this is more important to say. From the downstream side, companies like Apple, Goldwind, etc. are also actively investing in ensuring that recycling of these materials also takes place, and there is enough capital available to fund development of new technologies which can actually focus on developing the recycling value chain for these rare earth materials as well. Hence, what should India do? And I'll end here and maybe give back some time for the group also to discuss. But I think 3 key implications which I think India should focus on. One, I think just ensuring a large transparency in our exploration data. I think this is for example, Australia, the way they had developed their mineral ecosystem was with this entire concept of junior miners, wherein exploration companies were given significant amount of incentives to develop as core exploration companies. They will explore maybe 20 deposits, but hit great value in maybe 2 of them, and then they can actually develop it with stake in those deposits. So that really gives impetus to a large part of the exploration part itself, which can really enhance our current thinking of what are the reserves available for these rare earth elements. I think currently the entire onus comes on some of our government bodies to do it, but I think we also need to collaborate with private sector to do this. Similarly, I think, co-development with large part of countries. I think, HCL is already part of the Kabil initiative. I think that becomes even more important, not only for core elements like lithium, but also for these rare earth elements as well. And that not only at the mineral exploration level, but also for the processing technologies, recycling technologies in this case. I think we have been working a lot with the private sector. Even Chinese companies are willing to partner, of course, with the right commercial terms, to give away technology for development of mineral processing and mining. For example, one of the first lithium-ion cell-ion battery plants that is going to come up in India is Excite in Bangalore, which is developed with Chinese technology from S-Volt. So there are a lot of examples now of this. And lastly, as I said, I think the circular economy will become really important. So hence, apart from the core production technology, we need to look at the recycling technologies to ensure that we are, ahead in these critical and strategic minerals. I'll stop here and give back some time to the group for discussions in this case. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your concluding well within time. Small request, there may be some questions. If the time permits, after the presentations, we will take up before the lunch itself. Okay? So we'll go to the Jisan, we can go to the next.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Bhatia. It was a wonderful presentation. Of course, during the networking session, we can have the questions too. Meanwhile, as we all know that we are running short of time, so that's why please excuse us for that for the moment. I would like to invite the next speaker for the session. He's from from the Angola India Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Deepak Krishna Kurup for his paper on the international business development on rare earths opportunities on an Indian perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I would like to cover about rare earths, more so from an India perspective. And we all know about the rare earth elements on the periodic table. The lanthanide series 15 elements are the ones right from atomic number 57 to 71 that are important as far as the rare earths are concerned, along with, of course, 21, which is scandium, as well as yttrium, 39. In terms of rare earths usage, I'm sure the President of the United States has made this particular word a lot more common in our dictionary and everyday life. Of course, it ranges all the way from electronics, glass and ceramics, from catalysts, in metals, alloys, in EV motors, and even in medical and lighting. Clean energy is, there's also a great amount of usage of this in clean energy and magnets. We all know the strategic importance and the global demand that we have for rare earth elements. What's to be noted about is that there's a lot of Chinese dominance, and the Chinese dominance is extremely high. It's as high as 80 to 90% as far as rare earths processing is concerned. So maybe they mine it from multiple other countries, but the entire processing and the alloys to magnets is taken over by China as far as the entire world is concerned. The global demand as for rare earths is what you see on the screen, 170 kilotons as of 2022, which is gone to 466, which is supposed to go to 466 tons by 2035. And the key drivers will include rare earth elements like neodymium, praseodymium, dysprosium, as well as terbium. In terms of strategic applications, of course, I've just mentioned about the use of it in smartphones, in technology, in magnets and catalysts. In terms of key applications, magnets, catalysts are the key. Almost 30% of it goes into magnets, catalysts another 20%, and polishing is another 13 to 14% roughly. India's reserves, 6.9 million tons of rare earth elements in terms of reserves. In 2024, in terms of real rare earth oxides, there's approximately 2,900 tons. And in terms of the strategic value, IREL, the Indian Rare Earths Limited, has pronounced 450 tons of neodymium by 2026. The Chinese dominance is 44 million tons of rare earth reserves, of which 63% of market is controlled by, of global mining itself is controlled by China, 80% of the processing, as well as 90% of the magnet production. The important point to note as far as rare earths is concerned is the geopolitics of this is fairly significant and fairly dominant. China controls a lot of the supply and controls the price too. And why is this important to India? Because if any industrialist then talks about mining in a big way as far as any of these elements are concerned, the problem is China can dictate in terms of what the real implications of this can be as far as the entire industry is concerned. They can also create a supply glut by ensuring that they move a lot of supply into the market, and there could also be a demand destruction, which also could be led by China. So right from demand all the way till supply, there is a big control of the Chinese and the Chinese dominance. This may also stifle some of the competitors. And of course, we are aware of the recent past where there has been several licensing norms and export curbs that they have put across. So this is one of the most important slides that I wanted to dwell upon a little more. Despite the fact that generally when we look at critical minerals and rare earths, one of the main things that comes to our mind is in terms of looking forward to exploration, extraction, and mining. I would want to flip that completely into that as the lender of the last resort, if I may, stressing on the fact that we need to look forward to, as India, look first at offtake agreements with the international providers in the first instance. Look in the second stage, looking at India being a recycling hub. And that's very much in the realm of possibility because of the fact that we have excellent chemical industry, and the chemical industry is going through a slightly rough times in the last 6 months thanks to the tariffs and stuff. So this could be providing an impetus, especially to MSMEs, to look forward to recycling hub. And the advantage of recycling is you wouldn't have to recreate the whole saga of getting it to a rare earth oxide or an alloy or a magnet. You can very much extract a significant amount through the existing technologies. Where India should concentrate upon is also the midstream area, where we should look forward to sorters and crushers as the first medium, rather than looking at extraction and mining to start with. Then of course there's development in the required in the downstream segment, largely with separators and purifiers. There are extremely great separation technologies now available in the world, which need not go through the archaic acid leaching technologies that we've had. And it could also include bioleaching and opportunities to look at separation technologies in a similar way to how, let's say, for example, you have purification done to ensure that the purity of the rare earths is something that India can benefit from. And of course, the last stage is what I'm saying. Of course, we've spoken about what IBM can do, what GSI can do, but that would be the last resort that I would want to, in the scheme of things, in terms of prioritizing, look at exploration, extraction, and mining. One of the reasons for this is because this activity takes a long gestation, typically 7 to 10 years. And if India were to catapult itself into a 2035 or 2047 Viksit Bharat, we ought to look at a slightly different manner in which we could look at strategizing as far as acquisitions of minerals are concerned. Let me also tell you that in most of the critical minerals, including lithium and others, there have been several cases of mines out there not finding the right revenue opportunities. So if we are able to tap into those, for example, there are several mines in Zimbabwe, in lots of places in Africa, where it's not that you need to extract it, you already know the resources are there, in Australia, in South America, and it's a matter of you are having to get the offtake agreements done. So these are low-hanging fruits. I would expect that India should also look at that as a medium to make it Vikasit, from Atmanirbhar to Vikasit. And the way I associate Atmanirbharta is more with what India can do within itself, within the within the country itself, but we would definitely need to get the impetus from international cooperation. We've already spoken to the Government of India, the Ministry of Mines, and we've helped them in several ways with several events, and like the mining in Daba, like the one in the DRC called the DRC Mining Week, and several others. And India is also moving in the right direction as far as international cooperation is concerned. So some of the other areas where we should concentrate upon are innovation, especially e-waste and the mine tailings, bioleaching I mentioned, deep sea mining in terms of getting those nodules of cobalt, manganese, etc. And then look at research labs and universities where there is a lot of original research being done in the US, in the UK, in Germany. We can be a partner to such institutions such that we also do the pilot basis study of what needs to be done in India, and look forward, because we have the people, we have the licensing under the technology that can come in through these research institutions, and then we can look forward to how we can maintain a cost advantage as far as through innovation. Geopolitics, I would like to touch upon the fact that we need to look forward to a lot of South-South cooperation to start with, because there's a lot of minerals out there in Africa, in Argentina, in Chile, in South America, and that's something that we can work together. Of course, if there are issues with regards to some of our neighbors being too much of a competition, we could also resort to the World Trade Organization to look forward to for an engagement. And of course, we have the Quad and the Quad partners who could be looking at strategizing some of these minerals more from a group perspective rather than just India doing in isolation. In terms of the industry per se, I spoke about two. One is, Sure. I would like to look at PLI incentives that one could give as far as the ores to oxides is concerned, and then oxides to metals as well as the alloys to magnets. In terms of research and development, there are opportunities that we can look forward to for rare earth magnet-free motors. There are already quite some activities being done within India. Then there are samarium cobalt magnets as well as advanced processing that we can look forward to by using coal, fly ash as well as tailings. And of course, in terms of partners, we have Myanmar, Australia, Brazil, Vietnam, Russia, who could be key partners to us in rare earths. And in terms of a call to action, we should look at securing the supply as India, look at building the capacity, and then looking at innovative solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krupp. Thank you very much. It was an excellent presentation with a lot of important things you mentioned, starting from usage, availability, Indian standards, where India will go. We'll have a lot of questions to discuss, a lot of discussions with you. We'll see out during the last time we'll do it.
Thank you,
Mr.
Karup.
Next presentation.
Yes, I would just briefly like to introduce Mr. Karup, which I missed out earlier. He's the Chief Representative India at the Anglo-India Chamber of Commerce and Industry with over 23 years of experience across leading institutions including DBS, JP Morgan Chase and Wockhardt Limited. He specializes in international business development and consulting in exploration, mining and rare earths opportunities from an Indian perspective. Thank you so much, sir. It was a wonderful session. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Mark Ryan and Mr. Dhyanendra Tripathi from Normet India Private Limited to present their paper on Smart Drive BEV and Automation Advancing Sustainable Underground Mining for Critical Minerals. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And very good afternoon, dignitaries here, ladies and gentlemen. Aap sabko pranam aur abhinandan. Before I begin, there is a fact that I was just going through. Kudos and congratulations that you were celebrating 59th years, and Normet also completed 64 years today. So we are just 4 years older, so that's a legacy. Before we begin presentation, I would also like to just highlight over here that we have learned from our previous presenters that what are the challenges and where we are delving in terms of critical and strategic minerals, and how we are going to overcome that so that we could achieve our goal of Viksit Bharat by 2047 in terms of self-sustaining on the critical and strategic minerals. Going forward, safety, that's in our DNA, in Nomet's DNA, and that's how we give the paramount importance to safety as we work predominantly into underground mines. When it comes to the criticality of the minerals, the economic importance and its supply risk, that actually decides that what would be the criticality of that mineral. And the strategic minerals, those who are going to be of a strategic importance for us, and that can also be decided within 2 terms. So if you see, there is a lot of geopolitical risk involved where we are not self-sufficient, and this matter can be highlighted, with the figure that is in front of you, that, what kind of burgeoning demand we do have. In 2024, what kind of consumption we do have, and in 2030, what would be the demand. So almost CAGR is 45% if you see, and that's a mammoth demand. And this supply-demand gap should be obtained by the advanced method and the automation and kind of digitalization and integration we are going to do into the mines, as critical minerals, their demand is growing, and hence the deeper the mines are going. And when the mines are going deeper, there would be criticality of complex geological terrains, and if there would be complex geological terrains, this would surely present the unprecedented challenges like economic, technical, and sustainability challenges. So if you see, India imports almost 25% of total import bill. It's a critical mineral import, and so on. There are a lot of challenges when it comes to, but I will quickly try to hand over to my co-presenter, Mr. Mark Ryan. Rather, he's the key presenter. I'm the co-presenter. So exploration, Rio Tinto, BHP, they are shifting from hunting to predicting. This has started in 2000. So this is the need that mineral system analysis, this is now global standard, and then mineral asset supply chain, etc. Capital market, far upstream investment. So a lot of initiatives Government of India is taking in these terms. These are again, a lot of policy matters. And this is the domain where Nomet comes. So developing a strong mining equipment and technology and services industry. So in this service domain, if we are not going to gear up with the kind of sophisticated and very advanced technology pertaining to equipment and equipment technology and services, we would not be able to self-sufficient while going deeper into the mining. So rising depths are posing a lot of challenges. Challenges are elevated mine temperatures, ventilation challenges, logistical complexities, and then safety risks are always there as soon as we are going deeper, enhanced in situ stresses, heightened seismic activity, etc. And hence, the role comes of technology, and I would like to invite my key presenter, Mr. Mark Ryan, to take forward from ahead.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow miners. My name is Mark Ryan, and I'm really delighted to have this opportunity to talk to you today and to celebrate your Foundation Day, so thank you for having me. I also recognize that I'm one of the reasons preventing you for lunch, so I'm going to be very brief in my presentation today. But I really hope that what I talk about today will spark your imagination and whetten your appetites when it comes to our technology. Nomet, we provide advanced total offering solutions for customers in the underground mining. Equipment, technologies, which I'll talk about, services, construction chemicals, I better move away from that speaker, rock reinforcement, and different types of attachments. Next slide, please. So the future trends of mining and the challenges for mining is we all know that it's becoming more and more technically difficult. So all the easy resources are depleting. Our customers today are mining at higher altitude and at deeper than ever before. And even lately, I've been involved in projects where our customers are sub 2 kilometers deep. And that comes with a lot of technical challenges. Urbanization, sustainability and safety, and automation and digitalization. These are all key future trends and challenges for mining. So what does our customer need? He needs improved safety technologies. No question about it. He needs better profitability. Some of the speakers that we had earlier talked about the fact that the mineral reserves are getting, the content of mineral in the ore bodies are getting smaller and smaller. So they want improved productivity. And what else they need? They need superior process knowledge. And that's one of the key differentiators when it comes to Normit. Normit's in-depth customer application knowledge is the key to providing superior customer value-adding technological solutions. Let's take a look at some of the advanced technologies. First thing I want to talk to you about is our battery electric platform, Smart Drive. We have the biggest fleet and offering in the market. Extra small, medium and large platforms. What makes our platform special is our modularity. So it would have been very, very easy for us to take our diesel piece of equipment, take the diesel engine out, put the batteries there, but that would mean that our technology and each platform would be different. So we went back and we went to the drawing board and designed from the ground up fully modular BEV equipment. Okay, yeah. So one of the big benefits here is that regardless of the application, the batteries, the powertrain, the technology is the same. So this is a big advantage when it comes to implementing new technology into the market. Next slide, please. So some of the key values, I won't go through them all, but you could imagine that some of the big benefits, particularly for customers that are going deeper and deeper, is the zero DPM, no diesel particulates are produced, almost zero heat, no need for ventilation when it comes to getting rid of DPM, and zero local CO2. Vibration, noise are also greatly reduced as a result. Next slide. We are also heavily involved in connectivity and analytics. It's really important to be able to measure, because when you can measure, you can optimize. Next slide. We are masters when it comes to explosive charging. It's one of our key processes. And it's also one of the areas in the mining process that is yet to be fully automized. Revo is one of those technologies that allows the operator to move away from that dangerous environment and be able to safely charge uphole and development. VR simulators, really important when it comes to optimizing processes. So every process that Normit is involved in, we also have simulators to help our customers when it comes to optimizing performance. We also offer fully autonomous rock breaker booms and tele-remote systems. We offer scanning technology, particularly for sprayed concrete, to be able to make sure that you have the right thickness of concrete on your profile, and also preventing overspray and underspray. So very important technology developments. Semi-autonomous spraying technology for concrete spraying. Next. And one of the things that we're really focused on is...
Mark, you have to really...
Yeah, got it. I think this is the last slide. Scaling automation, and automation in general, is a big trend. If you think about the challenges of high altitude or deep mining today, the environmental temperatures, etc., if we're able to get the operator out of that dangerous area, out of that heat, out of those conditions, and they can safely operate the same machine, the same process, but in a safer, cooler environment. This is one of the biggest technology trends that are out there, and Norman is leading the way in this area. Thank you very much. Enjoy lunch.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And you have, all of you must agree, he has very nicely pointed out what are the challenges and where we'll go in future. Thank you very much. We'll go to the next presentation.
Thank you so much. I would just like to mention that Mr. Mark Ryan is the Vice President, Strategic Projects Mining, NORMET, with an MBA and dual degrees in Mechanical and Mining Engineering. He has over 2 decades of experience in mining equipment, technology and R&D, including 16 years at Sandvik. And Mr. Dhyanendra Tripathi is the General Manager, Project Operations, NORMET, India and Middle East, and IIT ISM Dhanbad alumnus with more than 27 years in underground mining and construction. He specializes in ground control, excavation and shortcut technologies and has a broad global project experience. Thank you so much, sir. And now moving on to the next paper from Mr. Devashish Upadhyay. He is from IIT Kharagpur for his paper on rare earth element mineralization in carbonites and peralkaline granites, case studies from the Kamthai and Siwana complexes in Western India. Sir, please.
Okay. So, good afternoon, all of you. So, I'm an isotope geochemist and a petrologist. So, I look at rare earth elements in the rocks that host them, not just as a commodity, but these are interesting labs where lots of physics and chemistry is happening. So, I will try to show some of the exciting features, petrological associations that the rare earth elements when they're hosted in carbonatites and peralkaline systems. So before that, just have a very short introduction on these. So carbonatites and peralkaline complexes constitute the 2 most important conventional or traditional sources of the rare earths. These all occur in zones of continental rifting or zones of extension, etc. So in addition to this, of course, you have the iron adsorption clays, the placer types, which are the other traditional sources of the rare earth elements. Now, if you look at the common rare earth element bearing minerals that are found in carbonatites and peralkaline systems, so in this table, I list a whole range of elements that contain rare earths. Now, you'll see that all or almost all of these minerals can exist in a single deposit. And that may sound very enticing, but the huge diversity of rare earth bearing minerals in a single deposit type, this is a big metallurgical challenge. The reason being that among all these minerals that I have listed, just 4 or 5 are being commercially exploited because the extraction technologies, etc., for the others are not available. So even if you have a rock which is very rich in rare earth element, doesn't mean that you will be able to exploit it unless you contain minerals like bastonosite, loperite, monazite, xenotime, apatite, etc. So therefore, the mineralogy of the rare earth elements, the textures, the chemistry, all these have to be considered very early on in the exploration strategy, because you don't want to land up with a situation where you have lots of rare earths, but they are locked up in minerals for which the extraction technologies are not available. So now there are also some very interesting temporal trends. That if you look at the distribution of the host rocks, the carbonatites and the alkaline silicate rocks, and the peaks in rare earth element mineralization. So there is no mineralization prior to about 2.5 GA. And what you see is that most of the important episodes of mineralization, for example, the major deposits of Olympic Dam, Bayanobo, Mountain Pass, etc., they formed in the Proterozoic. And this is when you had the greatest thickness of the juvenile continental crust. In the Paleozoic, you have important resources, some of the largest alkaline complexes in the Kola Peninsula of Russia. And younger than 200 million years or so, the RE resource peak is actually small. And most of these peaks of activity that you get, they are actually related to cycles of supercontinent formation and splitting. Now in carbonatites, so carbonatites which are essentially mantle-derived carbonate rocks, so they host, or they are the single largest source of rare earth elements, particularly the light rare earth elements. And if you look at the origin, typically it's either a secondary origin of the rare earth elements by hydrothermal fluids, or as more people accept nowadays, that you have carbonatitic melt generations from enriched mantle sources, and then these melts undergo extensive igneous fractionation. They get so much enriched in brine, very saline solutions, that they reach what is called a brine melt or a carbothermal stage. And from these brine melts, you precipitate out the light rare earth element carbonates as minerals of alkali carbonate, bourbonkite, and carbosenite groups. And later on, when these minerals interact with cooler hydrothermal solutions, then they get dissolved, and then they get redistributed as insoluble fluorocarbonates or hydroxyl carbonate minerals such as bastonosite, etc., which can be mined. So we looked at RE mineralization in the Kamtai carbonatite in Rajasthan, which is in the Barmer district. So if you look at the total RE reserves, etc., and the grade, so this would be classified as a small deposit. But even though it's a small deposit, it has some very interesting features, that this is one of the few occurrences in the world where you have both magmatic rare earth element mineralization as well as secondary rare earth element mineralization. So the magmatic mineralization, or we call it the primary mineralization, happens in the form of very coarse grained pegmatites of rare earth minerals such as carbonseidonite, intergrown with carbonates or calcites having 2-3-8% of rare earths and strontium. So this we call it the primary mineralization, and then you have hydrothermal alteration of those rocks, where the carbonates here, the calcites, are so enriched in rare earths that when they alter along the cleavage planes, you have exhalation of rare earths, carbosenite, etc. And when these carbonates alter, the rare earth elements get leached out and form patches, these bright patches that are shown in these images of secondary RE fluorocarbonates such as hydroxyl bastonosite, hydroxyl parisite, etc. So this is one mode of the secondary RE mineralization, and the other mode is in very interesting rocks that I have shown here, where you have these brown patches intergrown with carbonates. So these brown patches are all actually waxwork type hematite with relics of magnetite in them. So they were originally magnetite. The magnetite got altered to hematite through a protonation and non-redox transformation, and in the process you consume H+ ions, increase the pH, and that is what triggered the precipitation of the secondary RE minerals such as bastonosite and hydroxyl parisite. So what we also did was we used in situ analysis of the carbonate compositions as well as in situ isotopic analysis and lattice strain model to reconstruct the composition of the melt, the brine melt, as well as the hydrothermal solutions from which the RE mineralization precipitated. So what we see is that the melt, the brine melt, was extremely enriched in the light rare earths, and we could reconstruct two types of hydrothermal fluids. One in which depleted in the light rare earths, which is a residual fluid post the secondary RE mineralization, and the other fluid having strong negative cerium anomalies and having very high del O18 and 87/86 ratios. So these are meteoric oxidizing fluids that interact with the crustal rocks. So if you look at the petrogenetic model, what may have happened is that you had an immiscible separation of carbonate melt, so which underwent extreme igneous differentiation to form a brine melt, from which you formed a primary mineralization, and later on hydrothermal processes with rich in ligands such as sulfates, they redistributed the rare earths. So now the final part or the final slide that I will talk about is that you also have important rare earth mineralization in paralkaline granites. So paralkaline granites, they have the additional advantage that in addition to the light rare earths, they also contain the heavy rare earth elements and commodities like niobium, tantalum, etc. So in these rocks, generally the mineralization is mostly in the form of cerite. So cerite is a light rare earth silicate mineral. And only if there is extensive hydrothermal alteration of the rocks, so which I show in some of these images, that you actually are able to convert the cerite to bastenosite or other fluorocarbonate minerals. It's only if there is extensive hydrothermal alteration that you are able to produce a mineable deposit. So in summary, what I would like to conclude by saying that carbonatites and percline complexes, they are very fascinating and complex geological systems. Both magmatic and hydrothermal processes play an important role in the enrichment of the rare earths and the high field strength elements. And therefore, it's very important that we do very detailed modern petrochemical studies to help understand the orogenetic mechanism if we are able to mine them properly. And this should constitute very important input in exploration and extraction strategies as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing the case studies of two minerals. Thank you very much for sharing your experience of the two minerals collected from two sources of the country, and particularly suggestions. I'm here. I hope a lot of future work you yourself will carry out and then hand over to the industry.
What is the present status of your work? Is it industry worthy or only research wise?
They are not mining it because of some litigation I have heard. And Sivana already AMD has explored and also possibly handed over to GMDC or something, what I hear.
So GSI is further taking up the detailed exploration?
GSI is also doing it. And so it looks like...
What is the role of IIT Kharagpur here?
It's my research interest that I'm also...
It is your research?
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. Over to the next presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Devashish Upadhyay. I would just like to mention that he's a professor of the geochemistry at the IIT Kharagpur and a leading isotope geochemist and petrologist with over 2 decades of pioneering research on earth evolution and critical metal mineralization. He has authored nearly 100 papers in top international journals and is a recipient of several prestigious honors, including the National Geoscience Award and the Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship. Now, there are just 2 more papers and then we'll break for lunch. The next paper would be from F.L. Smith. I would like to invite Mr. Nagarajan Kadappan for his paper on the enhanced flotation circuit performance through mixed ROW, a technical evaluation of the mixed ROW approach combining forced air and self-aspirated technologies. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Hello? Yeah. Good afternoon, all. Thank you. I'm Nagarajan Kadappan. I have 18 plus years of experience in the mineral processing industry. Today I'm going to talk about the advantages of the mixed row technology and the case studies of mixed row technology which we have done a few years ago in one of the largest mining plant. So those who don't know about the flotation, just I would like to tell about just 30 seconds about the flotation. Flotation is the physiochemical process where we use the chemical and mechanical means to separate the valuables and tails from the given ore. So You can select, you can find the chemical vendors anytime, and you can change the chemical vendors anytime throughout the life cycle of the flotation machine, but you cannot change the flotation machines when you have selected. So you should be very careful when you are choosing the flotation machine. So where the flotation machine sits in the beneficiation circuit. Generally, after the ball mill cyclone, the flotation machine will be placed because the particle liberation is very, very important for the flotation machines. So once it is liberated, it can be easily floated. So what are the minerals we can float? Base metal, precious metal, industrial minerals, metallic minerals, and non-metallic minerals. And FLS is the only company who owns 5 different flotation technologies in the world. And we have the conventional flotation machines and fast flotation machines, column cells, and coarse flotation machines. So FLS in the flotation industry for last close to 100 years. And we have been supplying the flotation cells since 1945. We sold around 80,000 plus units around the world. And we have the wider range of the flotation product lines with us, starting from 0.71 cubic meter to 710 cubic meter flotation machines. Also, FLS is the only company, started inventing or started introducing the largest flotation machine into the market. In the year of 2012, we have introduced the largest flotation machine during that time. It's a 250 cubic meter cells. Again, we came back and reintroduced the 600 cubic meter cells. We sold world's largest flotation machines as on today, and most of them, 30 of them are in operation, and 20 of them are under engineering. So, what is the conventional flotation cells? Conventional flotation cells are accepted and approved by many of the customers for 80 to last 90 years in the flotation history. So FLS is the only company who owns 2 distinguished conventional technologies in the world. So these 2 cells are around top 3 in the world. And combining these 2 flotation machines advantages to make the mixed row technology. So before we are getting into the mixed row approach, so we should know what is the next step flotation, what is the WEMCO, because these 2 technology we are going to combine and make the mixed row technology. So next up is the highest selling flotation machine in the world, and it consumes 15 to 40% lesser power than any of the flotation machines available in the world. And also at the same time not compromising with the grade and recovery. It's a so simple machine. It has only 1 motor and 2 instruments. One is level and air instruments, and it's a very simple machine, though it's very efficient machine. We spent 5 years of research and more than millions of dollars, many million dollars we spent to invent this technology. To find out, to develop this next step rotors and stators, we have developed more than 135 combinations of rotors and stators to arrive with this one rotor and stator. So you see the effort, what you have put, because it should not consume more power. At the same time, we should not compromise with the recovery and grade. So this is the best flotation machine in the world in the 4-star category. So another one, so if you want to see that, this is the operation of the 4-star machines. So you can see the left side is the feed box and right hand side is the connection box. The feed box, we are receiving the feed, and we are supplying the air through the shaft. When the air is getting out of the rotor and stator, it got shaped into the smaller bubbles, and this is where exactly the bubble and valuable attachment is happening at the bottom. Once it is attached, it will get flowed through the top of the flotation machine and get collected in the concentrate launder. The tailing will be sent to the next cell or next processing stages. So WEMCO, this is called as a smart cell or the self-aspirated machine. Also it is called as a smart cell. Why it is called as a smart cell? WEMCO does not require any blowers. It sucks its own flotation aeration air by its own. This is how the mechanism inside the WEMCO is designed. We have been selling WEMCO since 1940. So we have 80 years of the smart cell experience. This is most successful flotation machine around the world, and it has been operation in still. Even Hindustan Coppers has been, we have supplied Hindustan Copper in 40 years ago with this technology with the most of the mines. And this does not require any blower. The mechanism is designed in such a way. And the rotor is top mounted. It's strategically located so that it can easily, recover the coarse particle, easily. So all other forced-air machines available in the world, it's very difficult or very hard for them to float the coarse particle. Since it is, the rotor is top-mounted, it is easily, recover the coarse particles. Also, it does not recover the blower, and it reduces so you can save power cost as well. It does not have blower, so you don't have the air flow meters as well. Only one motor, one instrument. Very, very simplest machine, again, other than the internal mechanisms. So this mechanism is designed in such a way, the draft tube. So when draft tube and rotor is completely filled with the slurry, it will create the vortex. It creates the vortex inside the draft tube, which create the pressure differences. So it created the negative pressure difference. The standpipe is connected towards the atmosphere. So it sucks the air from the positive pressure to the negative pressure. The size of the rotor, diameter of the rotor and size of the standpipe is designed in such a way how much air it is required. Based on that, we have decided the RPM of the rotor as well as the diameter of the standpipe is designed. So what is mixed row? Combining these two advantageous technologies in one row, wherever you go in the flotation plant in the world, in the rougher circuit, all the flotation will be of the same size and same size and same mechanism. But you can only do either you can do the fine flotation or the coarse flotation. But if you combining these two mechanisms or these two technologies in one line, next step can float the fine particles, and Vemco can float the coarse particle. This way you can fish 100% of the 100% more than 90% of the recovering material. You can see in this graph, see all the blue color is the fast floating particles. Anybody can float this material very easily within the flotation machines. But the slow floating yellow region, both the yellow region, this one is the left side is the fine particle, right side is the coarse particle. Next step is very good in recovering the fine particles. Vemco is very good in the recovering the coarse particles. So when you have these two technologies in a single row, so it can float fast floating material as well as slow floating and coarse particles as well. This way, just imagine fishing technique, okay? Flotation is a fishing technique where you are going to fish all the valuable minerals, okay? You don't have the single net to fish all the fishes in the sea or the lake. So you have to have throw nets and push nets. Throw nets will catch the shallow fishes, and deep the push nets will fish the fishes in the bottom of the lake. So when you have both the nets together, you can fish everything, right? This is what we are exactly doing here, okay? So this can shift the recovery curve to the red line. Generally, in the middle, the flotation cells will be, floating between the yellow to yellow, but it is pushing to the pink level. It means that it is increasing the recovery. Most of the mineral processing plants, they have been, they will be spending 70 to 80% of their recovery for their operation expenses. The last 5% that matters. If we are able to recover that 5%, you can improve your profitability. So this is the laboratory test work of, without changing the recovery, which are changing the grade, we are improving the recovery through the mixed row. So this is the same. The blue color is after the mixed row retrofit. This blue color is the curve of the Vemco, and black is the next step. See, both are increasing the recovery. This one is after the...
Kindly conclude.
Yeah, thank you. So why FL Smith technology? So to recover the final material before it is going to the dam is very, very important for any of the beneficiation concentrators. So the mixed row does that exactly. These are a few of our mixed row installations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nagarajan. Your presentation on the new technology and developments in the flotation circuit, which improves the performance of the system, is very, very important for the industry. I'm sure you will get a lot of questions. Let us wait. Time permits, otherwise during the
both these technologies are working in India?
Sir, both of these technologies, we have supplied a lot of them. Vemco we have supplied 40 years ago, but next step technology, recently we have sold many of them. So there are 3 plants, two plants are already one plant is operational, one plant is under erection, another plant is under engineering. So we have supplied 3 bigger plants for the next step flotation machines.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Nagarajan Kadappan is the Flotation Product Manager at FLS India with over 18 years of experience in mineral processing. a chemical engineering graduate from Anna University. He specializes in flotation, separation, and process optimization, and has presented extensively at national and international forums. Thank you so much, sir. Now we present the last paper before we break for lunch. It will be from the Grant Thornton. Mr. Souvenir Bose, please, for his paper on India's critical minerals strategy, how it fits into the global dynamics. Mr. Souvenir Bose.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First, let me start with, I'm really grateful to get opportunity to talk in this session because I'm indebted to HCL. 37 years back as a student of applied geology, I did my first underground mining training in Mosabani mines. So, so that's my, and I'll not talk about any technology or anything. I'll talk about the global dynamics and how India can fit into these global dynamics, you know, in critical mineral business. And if I'm, see, why critical mineral? There is no need, I think. One thing we have noticed that it is not only the availability of resources in a particular country. Whether a country is rich in mineral resources or not, that's also not becoming very important factor today. Because what we have seen that a country may be very rich in mineral resources, but may not be very rich in processing, the technology. Because that becomes very, very important today in critical mineral value chain. So if the exact metal, the whatever our target metal cannot be extracted, we cannot, it's meaningless, it's a futile exercise. So that's why we have to be very, very focused on an integrated, course of activities, where it starts from mining, of course resource exploration starts from mining, and then the processing, beneficiation, and how we can utilize the end product. So, so that's I have already discussed, but what happened? Like since some of, in the world, all of us in this particular room, I'm sure that aware that China is way ahead of any other country. And, critical mineral, the characteristics wise, the importance wise, the nature wise is such that, if some country feels that I'm not going to export, I'm not going to deliver, then the importing country may face severe problem. And that's a strategic problem, that's a defense-related problem, so many other problems. Like I have, in my write-up also I have cited that in 2010, Beijing imposed an embargo on rare earth element export to Tokyo. So, that's creating a diplomatic dispute in Japan and, halted graphite export to Sweden in 2020 during COVID. In response, US-led export conditions on advanced computing and semiconductor products in October 2022, Beijing announced an own export restriction. So they literally controlled geopolitics involving the commercial and the importance technical aspects of critical minerals and put other countries in trouble. And now coming to why China? Why? Because they are taking the advantage of first mover. China is the world's largest producer of critical minerals, followed by, of course, Australia and South Africa. And Peru, India, Indonesia, Brazil, United States, we have also some critical minerals. Now, China's dominance, as I've told, that, we have experienced from COVID-19 period, pandemic period. So to counter that, United States, they initiated the Mineral Security Partnership, MSP. And MSP, they intend to give a goal to achieve, and other countries, they have become very conscious. They started exploration. And also they ensure that the mining should be done following the ESG pattern, the environment, sustainability, and the governance norm. And the basic aspects of MSP is basically, India is also a part of MSP. And diversify and stabilize supply chains, invest in mining, promote ESG standard and increase its recycling efforts. Because recycling efforts is something, it's not always the primary source. The recycling source is also extremely important. But what disrupted? Basically, it disrupted at the same time, some of the countries, they started taking initiative on critical minerals. That is the first Taliban takeover of Afghanistan. Because Afghanistan is a place which is one of the major resource of critical minerals. So then, you know, US, almost USD 3 trillion, it's a huge reserve. And then US was very alarming, was alert. Like, you know, we have to take certain action, then US felt. And also the Russian-Ukraine war. During Russian-Ukraine war, what happened that in February 2022, when it started, the Russia in particular, they are key supplier of crude oil to Europe and all these things. So they conflict with the triggered sharp increase in the global prices. And as a result, what is becoming today, see, if I take 10 years back, 10 months back or 1 year back, the lithium pricing, vis-a-vis the today's lithium pricing, it has become not very attractive. Whether it's a lepidolite or spodumene, I'm not going into the beneficiation technology or anything, but the lithium, as such, the global price has gone down like anything. And still, China and Russia, they consolidated. So for countering that, the MSP or the European countries or the other countries, they also started becoming consolidating. So now let me come to the current era of USA, because all of us, we are aware that a lot of changes are happening because of, you know, the policy taken by President Donald Trump. And he also, you know, passed an executive order to find out, to do some investigation, they are standing today as far as critical mineral is concerned and where they are leading to. So such kind of order they have already, executive order he has already passed. And it's a threat, they feel that it's a threat to national security and economic stability. Because if countries like China, because as you know that China, they have already stopped, recently they have opened up for India. So, and rare earth magnets and starting from every aspects of critical mineral application, that it's rare earth aspects or whatever. And another point, of course, the strengthening the American industry. So that is also one of the major goals of Mr. Trump's tariff policy on critical mineral business. So whatever way, it is his own way. So there is no point of discussing all these points, and then the executive. So they're focusing, the only motto is to how to strengthen the USA, internal USA position. And then the biggest challenge, as I started my discussion today, that, you know, the critical mineral is not the resource. Of course, the resource, that's an Indian problem, that minerals are going ahead for auctioning without any proper data, or it's the G4 data or anything. So as a result, I'm not getting into that, but processing is something where we have to do. And as you can see that, you know, where China was around about more than 50% of certain RED content, where it has gone down to 34%. That means the Chinese resources have not gone down, but the other resources have come up, other countries have come up with the proved reserve. As a result, the total contribution to the global RE reserve and things like that, that has gone down. So, so one already bell has gone, I heard. And the new, where we have to focus, basically, the 5 aspects. One is the invest across entire value chain, as I told, resource, exploration, resource, mining, beneficiation, processing, everything. Then streamlining the project development, time-based, following the time and cost, cooperation with the like-minded partners. If we do not have technology, in the morning session I heard that one of the dignitaries were telling that we didn't have technology, and that's true. If we do not have, let us import technology. I'll complete it, sir, within 2 minutes. And because ultimately we have to think that we have to compete globally. And what Chinese people are doing, they know that where are these resources available, they are abruptly acquiring these resources, these assets in Africa and in other countries. So now India is also focusing. They have, all of us, we are aware that Kabil is focusing very much for acquiring assets outside India. So India is a part of MSP. India has developed Kabil, they are doing some exploration in Argentina. We are, we have worked for Kabil also for, exploring some assets, acquiring some assets in Australia. And in conclusion, what I tell that, US and its NATO parents and its regional affairs, so its US is very focused, not only US, even the European countries are also very focused in that sense across globe, number one. Number two, I'll come to Indian just to complete it first. All other countries, especially China, they are acquiring assets outside their own countries, and especially the zones areas where it is very much concentrated. So India should also focus. India has already developed NCMM, but they should develop, I think it is the high time we should develop National Critical Mineral Board for implementation of our policies and regulations. That's all from my side, sir. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bose. Thank you very much for an overview, I should call it, on the effect of geopolitics on mining asset acquisition, then extraction, marketing, and all those issues, which are very, very important. Every day we are saying globally something is happening. It is happening all the metals, and this rare earth and critical metals will be a very important issue. Before we conclude the session, I would like to conclude the session's discussions very briefly by the co-chair.
थैंक यू वेरी मच। इस सत्र में 6 पेपर प्रेजेंट हुए हैं। क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स का शुरुआती दौर से लेके आईआईटी खड़गपुर का जो गवेषणा उन्होंने किए हैं, और फ्लोटेशन के बारे में भी एफएल स्मिथ ने अपने विचार व्यक्त किए हैं। शुभेंदु बोस ज़्यादा पॉलिटिक्स और ज़्यादा जियोपॉलिटिकल इशू पे ध्यान दिए हैं। मैं एक चीज़ बताऊंगा, हमारे पास इतना आरई है कि आप सोच नहीं सकते। जितने कोयला माइनिंग हो रहे हैं, ओवरबर्डन जितने पड़े हैं, उसमें खोजिए क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स, क्योंकि उसमें आपका सेल भी है, सैंडस्टोन भी है, फाइन ग्रेन सैंडस्टोन भी है, और उसमें क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स है। ये कैसे पता चला? जब कुछ सेल पावर प्लांट को सप्लाई हो गया, उसका जो फ्लाई ऐश निकला उसमें हमको आरई मिला। तो ओरिजिन इज द कोल माइंस। तो मैं बहुत जगह सेमिनार में यही बोलता हूं, लेट अस कंसंट्रेट ऑन रिकवरिंग आरई फ्रॉम ओवरबर्डन डंप्स। वो हमारा पूरा जरूरत पूरा कर ले। सो वी हैव टू डाइवर्ट आवर एंटायर फोकस इनटू ओवरबर्डन मटेरियल। जहां तक आईबीएम के सवाल है, मैं आईबीएम के सीजी सर को रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं। हमारे एक कॉपर माइन आई हैव विजिटेड ट्वाइस, सिक्किम माइनिंग कॉर्पोरेशन का है, पहाड़ का नीचे है, समुद्र नदी का अंदर है, अच्छा माइनिंग टेक्नोलॉजी था। यही प्रॉफिट का चक्कर में उसको भी हम बंद कर दिए। जैसे हमारे सीएमडी साहब ने बताया, ये बंद करने का चक्कर में हम लोग बहुत कुछ खो दिया। मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि उसको पहले उसको ब्लॉक को अभी आप इसमें मत लाइए, ऑक्शन में मत लाइए। ऑक्शन दे दिया, आपका हाथ से सब कुछ चला गया। क्यों? जो पार्टी लेगा वो चालू ही नहीं करेगा, वो बैंकेबल स्टेटमेंट हो जाता है ऑक्शन का डॉक्यूमेंट, उससे वो उधारी लेता है, अपना आईपीओ फाईपीओ निकलता है। सो आप उससे पहले काइंडली, मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है टू आईबीएम सर, उसमें जोर दीजिए। उसका जो टेलिंग्स पड़ा है, उसका जो वेस्ट मटेरियल पड़ा है, मैं खुद गया हूं वहां पर। पहले क्या होता था कि IBM used to send one of the senior officer as the chief executive of that company. So IBM should come out with reviving Sikkim Mining Corporation, रंगपो में है, और ये अच्छा देखने लायक है। It is a beautiful place to visit also. With these words, over to Mr. Narsaiya for the last words.
Thank you, sir. In this session, Hello, it's audible. I think we have papers from Mr. Abhishek Bhatia, Mr. Deepak Krishna Group, Veshesh Upadhyaya, and Subhed Bose. All these have mainly explained regarding the rare earth minerals, their utility, and what country is dominating, how India has to do, and where we have to explore, and the occurrence of the rare earth minerals. Broadly, these are the things they have explained in these 4 papers. Definitely, one of the key thing is that the exploration, in my view, we should have a lot of transparency. Unless we have transparency, we cannot say in a hyped manner that we are so much reserves, and when we come to the real picture, we don't have. So there, actually, we need to work out a lot, and we should stand with actual figures and go ahead with strategies of mining critical minerals. Regarding other papers, then thanks to these paper presenters, from NORMET, Mr. Dhyanendra Tripathi and Mark has presented their advanced technologies in machinery and as well as the solutions for the mining. It's a good presentation. It's definitely added value to this seminar. And FL Smith also has presented their various flotation machinery, a technological improvement in usage, a very useful machinery there, and its use in these critical minerals. So very good presentation. Thank you. All these papers are very valuable. Thank you. Thank you for giving.
Thank you so much, sir. I would request.
Thanks are due to the entire audience and the distinguished personality on the front.
Absolutely,
because
sir.
they had the patience to listen all of us. Thank you very much.
I would request Mr. M. Narsaiya, Secretary General MEI, to please felicitate Mr. Souvenir Bose while I briefly speak about him. He is a partner at the Grant Thornton Bharat LLP with over 30 years of experience spanning consulting, advisory and the mining and metals industry. He has led large-scale assignment on corporatization and privatization, restructuring and financial advisory across India and abroad, working with major public and private sector clients, multilateral agencies and government bodies. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Souvenir Bose. I would request Mr. Narsaiya Sahab to please felicitate also Mr. Nagarajan Kadappan. I would request CEO ICDC Dr. D. De Sarkar to please felicitate Mr. Mark Ryan from Normet India Private Limited. Dr. Sarkar, please, if you may please present a memento to Mr. Mark Ryan from Normet India Private Limited, and also to Mr. Dhyanendra Mani Tripathi, also from Normet. Yeah, that's Mr. Mark Ryan for you, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Sarkar, if you may please present a memento to Mr. Dhyanendra Tripathi also. Dr. Sarkar. And I would request Mr. G.K. Pradhan from Satna, AKS University, to please present a memento to Mr. Deepak Krishna Kurup from Anglo-India Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Mr. Deepak Krishna Kurup from Anglo-India Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And also, if you may please present a memento to Dr. Devashish Upadhyay Mr. Pradhan, if you may please present a memento to Dr. Devashish Upadhyay from IIT Kharagpur. I believe Dr. Bhatia is not here. He may have left because he had some urgency. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being so patient and listening to our first session. We'll break for lunch. And of course, we'll felicitate the moderators, of course. I would request our Chairman and Managing Director, Hindustan Copper Limited, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singh, to please present a memento to Mr. M. Narsaiya, who is the Secretary General, Mining Engineers Association of India. Ladies and gentlemen, our CMD, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singh, to felicitate Mr. M. Narsaiya, Secretary General, MEAI. They are so wonderful moderators here. A big round of applause, please. I would request our Director Operations and Additional Charge of Director Mining, Mr. Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Sinha, to please present a memento to CEO ICDC, Dr. D. De Sarkar. This session wouldn't have been possible without the wonderful moderation of our moderators. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. Now I would request our Director of Finance, Mr. R.V.N. Vishweshwar, to please present a memento to Mr. G.K. Pradhan from the AKS University, Satna. Our Director of Finance, Mr. R.V.N. Vishweshwar, to present the memento to Mr. G.K. Pradhan. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Half 30 minutes. Yes. We'll meet again at 3:30 after lunch. Of course, it's very late, but then of course we'll meet in 30 minutes over here for the second session. Ladies and gentlemen, you can please enjoy your lunch. Photo. One group photo, please, for the speakers and the moderators, please. For the speakers and the moderators only, please. One group photograph. For the speakers and the moderators, just one group photograph. Rest of you, please join us for lunch. Lunch is ready. And we'll meet back at 3:30, please. Over to you, Ms. Trishala, please.
Good afternoon to everyone over here. So the first thing we need to understand is that the 21st century is a transition that represents not merely a shift from fossil fuels to renewables, but rather we need to understand we are all moving from hydrocarbons to metal. So as you can see, electric vehicles, a single EV contains up to 1 kg of neodymium-praseodymium magnets, and a wind turbine contains up to 400 to 600 kg of RE per unit. So therefore, 2040 it is estimated that the demand for these technologies will be 7 to 8 times. Now this is the five-stage value chain, where so the first stage will be mining and beneficiation, which is the extraction and concentration of ore-grade material through crushing, milling, and flotation process. Then comes the second stage, where actually the bottleneck emerges, separation and refining. It is used by using solvent extraction and ion exchange to isolate individual REE oxides at high purity levels. Then the third stage, again, where the bottleneck emerges, metal reduction and alloying, electrochemical reduction through molten salt electrolysis to produce metallic rare earths and engineer specific alloy compositions. And the fourth, again, which is the magnet manufacturing, where we need precision sintering and assembly of neodymium iron boron and scandium cobalt permanent magnets. Again, this is where the bottleneck emerges. So stage 2 to 4 is where the actual bottleneck emerges. And the fifth stage is the technology integration, which is actually combining it to a final product. Now we all know China is the refining superpower. It employs multi-stage solvent extraction circuits utilizing 100 to 300 mixer settlers per unit, achieving 99.999% oxide purity through decades of process optimization. Ladies and gentlemen, the first solvent technology was used by the United States in 1950s, but due to huge amount of radioactive waste generated, it was abandoned as it was very, very unpopular. But in the 1980s, China, through state backing, lax environmental rules, and cheap finance by the state, by the Chinese state, has mastered this technology, which has given it the dominance it has. The strategic integration through Chinese Rare Earth Group in 2021, which unifies all the state-owned enterprises in vertically integrated ecosystem, is one of the other important areas to see. Another very important area to see is Myanmar, which actually enhances China's dominance. Myanmar is on the verge of civil war, and what we know today through US Geological Survey is that from 2022, it had 12,000 tons of million tons of rare earth metals produced. 2023, we had to see 43,000 tons, and then we have 2024, 31,000. But again, the data is very opaque. The dominant ore type comprises of iron absorption clays in Myanmar, which is through in situ ammonium sulfate leaching, which, while technically efficient, has a lot of environmental baggage, and despite environmental concerns, and the Kachin and Shan area being controlled by the rebels, the ethnic armed organization in Myanmar, it still goes to the Yunnan province, ladies and gentlemen, because there's no one else to take the price, the rebels or the government courts. So what are the alternatives? India and Australia. India, of course, we possess 6.9 million tons of reserves. We have prominently light rare earth elements in monazite sands. IRL employs acid digestion and solvent extraction of rare earth oxide production. While metallization facilities exist for neodymium and praseodymium, yet we need to work on heavy REE separations. Australia is the third largest REE producer, and in Lennis is one of the prime example of the largest ore producer after China. However, it lacks downstream processing. So ladies and gentlemen, while through Kabil we are working in cobalt and lithium projects, we need to work we need to enhance partnership in rare earths. Then Brazil and Tanzania are also another emerging southern suppliers, because Brazil has a dominance in global neodymium supply. And carbonate deposits at Axel and Catalio contain significant light REEs. And Brazil's green mineral policy mandates domestic refining, which can be an opportunity. Now, Tanzania also is another opportunity through 2023 Mining Act, which requires local beneficiation, which signals a shift from extraction to value creation. Then the regional ecosystem, ladies and gentlemen, is the ASEAN. Vietnam, Malaysia, Thailand, and Indonesia, these countries have significant REE reserves. And Japan and Korea has invested significantly in Vietnam through acid roasting techniques. In Malaysia, in Linas, you have Japan, you have Australia investing. And in Thailand and Indonesia, REE byproduct recovery is a huge opportunity. And then we have the African Union's Coalition of Critical Minerals, which is a concept they are developed. Africa wants to be known for, it wants to be a value addition player. So therefore, the African Union's Coalition of Critical Minerals, it wants to identify financing gaps, it wants to identify the opportunities it possesses, and therefore become a voice for therefore it wants to become a player in the global mineral market. Now, technology is going to be the decisive battleground, not the reserves. So firstly, advanced separation will be a key technique through which global REE chain can be resolved. This is how through which China has emerged as a global superpower in refining and processing. The second area is metal conversion. The third would be magnet production. And fourth is the urban mining. Urban mining is through which Japan has mastered the art of being self-reliant after 2010 dispute with China. And the fifth, and which is the process innovation. So the global competition of rare earth constitutes a refining expertise and technological sovereignty. And for India, strategic so it demands that we couple green industrial policy with metallurgical innovation. We forge regional partnerships and practice supply chain diplomacy, yet we also focus on R&D, especially for processing and refining heavy REE. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Hello. Are you able to hear? Hello. Yeah, Dr. Tesala, it was good presentation. You visited many countries as per your presentation. So my small question is there any special guideline of searching the RE?
So one is the recycling method, like REE, of course, it's very difficult. So one, of course, we can work through electronic waste as recycling. But then others, sir, with the heavy REE, we've seen like we've only found like dysprosium and terbium in southern China and Myanmar. And right now with, so there is, of course, it's an evolving process, so let's see.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Not a question, I'm just speaking something. She had been visiting many countries, and we are thankful that she is here, otherwise she would have been in Belarus today. So we are thankful that she cancelled that visit and came here to enlighten us. And she has very well spoken about the various countries which are doing very good, particularly China, and how they are collaborating with Myanmar and then ASEAN countries, Brazil, Australia, and how the supply chain is to be made robust. Because without having robust supply chain of critical minerals, we will not be able to become a developed country or the Viksit Bharat, because as everybody now knows that only critical minerals are the oil for the 21st century. So thank you for enlightening us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shala. Big round of applause for Mr. Shala, please. For the next presentation, I would request Dr. P.V. Rao and Mr. Shamik Chattopadhyay to please come up with their paper on the topic of role of Made in India Public Reporting Code IMIC in promoting critical minerals development. Dr. P.V. Roy is a distinguished geologist for over 30 years of experience in mining and mineral exploration, specializing in computerized deposit evaluation, mine planning, and technical due diligence across India and abroad. He has held senior management roles internationally and is the founder, co-chair of NACRI and recipient of the MEAI Lifetime Achievement Award 2021. And Mr. Shamik Chattopadhyay is the Managing Director, SRK Consulting, with more than 20 years of global experience in resource geology. He specializes in advanced exploration, geostatistical modeling, and CRIR as CO, compliant resource reporting for a range of commodities. He's the Managing Director of SRK Consulting and founding member of NACRI, instrumental in developing the Indian Mining Industry Code. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, any questions are there? Those can be passed over through a slip. At the end of the session, we will take up all the questions, please.
Right. Namaskar, good afternoon. Thank you so much for the introduction. As you can see, both Dr. Rao and me will be presenting this, but I'll be representing both of the authors. If I have to summarize the crux of what we are going to talk about today, we have already seen, we have already understood the requirement and the demand on the critical minerals. We want to explore the platforms and the vehicles which might enable taking informed decisions. So I really don't need to repeat why critical mineral is critical, right? However, we need to understand that there is a significant difference between the nuances of a bulk commodity and the decisions which are taken vis-a-vis the nuances of critical minerals that we have discussed so far. When I was trained, I'm sure Dr. Rao was, as a geologist, or we talked about with a metallurgist or a mineral processing engineer, essentially, we discuss about minerals. But we have seen for last few years, probably the discourse is on the elements, not on the mineral anymore. And this is a very critical thing to understand. We must recall the fiasco that has happened with the Jammu and Kashmir Reserve, for which there is a lot of clarification had to be provided with. Had there been this understanding on the background, I often joked that yes, in that way, I am an iron ore bearing material because I carry iron, right? So this is an interesting understanding that we have to bring in our discourse when we talk about the critical minerals. And the reporting codes that I'm going to talk about and deliberate upon actually addresses these core fundamental aspects. So as you can know, I'm not elaborating my previous speakers, and then the previous session we have seen about the criticality of critical mineral. I would begin by saying that there is a vehicle available in the international forum which started in 1970s with a complicated phenomena/scandal with a nickel project, which led in 1989 what we today know as the JORC code. Those who are from my generation, we still recall two things in the late 90s. One is the dot-com bubble and the BRICS scandal. The latter led us to the 43-101, which is the requirement of the Canadian Stock Exchange, TSXV. CRISCO, therefore, provides an umbrella an umbrella for the public reporting. So who are the stakeholders? Us. I'm sure many of us are interested, invested in the stock exchanges for various type of projects. What do we do? Unless you are like me, from a friend's suggestion and so forth, people often go for a fundamental studies. So they really look for disclosures, full disclosures. The Crisco type of templates or the reporting code provides the principle-based disclosures. So it is based on three fundamental things. One is the transparency, then materiality, and competency. So transparency, you all understand. Materiality means what is going to impact in my project, whether there is any critical point that we are missing or not. Or if I'm not involved highlighting, I have to justify, I have to defend that why I'm not bringing that out. Competency has nothing to do with the dictionary meaning. Of course, it has a connotation of it, but it also has a legally liability of what or who are signing off on the report. So that's why such type of templates have gained confidence from the investors, unlike the other codes. So here, UNFC and Crisco are not competing with each other, but actually they are complementing with each other. As we are speaking, so there are 16 total members in the Crisco. India became the member, we were the 14th member, and after that, Philippines, and most recently, China has got its membership. Incidentally, China has been trying much more earlier than when we started our journey, but we could complete our membership maybe 6 years back. But we are still having some challenge. That's why why we are speaking on behalf of NACRI. As you can see in this photograph, so this journey began in 2014, and you can see many of the people who are around. The second photograph, which is more interesting, you can see Dr. Srikant over there, Dr. Harry M. Parker, who was in that point of time the Crisco chairman, and he is one of the world's renowned geostatistician. Then Dr. Avni Samal, then Mr. Victor, who was the president of the Mining Engineers Association, and our own Dr. P.V. Rao. So basically this was in the year 2016, when the MO, the Memorandum of Understanding between the Crisco and that point of time, the heading was signed off. Let's go a bit deep. As you know, as a geologist, as a mining engineer, you know that this is the typical template that we follow for the conversion of resource to reserves. So, Crisco doesn't provide, unlike many old Russian GKZ-inspired rule-based systems, that what should we call a measured resource, and for that how many meters or how many spacing should be adequate. No, it doesn't. Because it recognizes that it has to cover multiple commodities, multiple complexity, mineral system, and the structural aspects. Rather, it poses this question to the signatory: how do you defend to call something as measured, to call something as indicated, so that it stands to the scrutiny by the industry peers? Simple. So it's not a principle, it's not a rule-based, it's a principle-based. It's not a prescriptive, but it invites, it allows the reader and the author to be in the same position so that they can have a scientific discussion. Fortunately, yes sir, India has an answer for that to the world, and that's why the Indian Mineral Industry Code was developed. which is called the IMIC, which is basically use the principle of the Crisco template then available, and then based on the transparency materiality, and then it has an intention to unlock the capital investment potential as well as collaboration. So IMIC is basically, as you can see in this diagram, so Crisco is basically the umbrella, the NACRI, which is the National Reporting Organization or the NRO, and the Mining Engineers Association of India as of now is the only organization. There could be other organization in the future who acts as the professional organization, the PO. And then we have the NACRI charter, then the NACRI has also mandate to prepare and maintain the IMIC. But the CPs, or the competent person or the registered competent person, they are the member of the PO. Now, I'll conclude in 2 minutes. So, the investment policy and Indian strategic position with respect to IMIC, as you know, that we need to bring more access to the capital because these are capital intensive exploration and the development program. So therefore, the investor would like to see, understand, and taking an informed decision on the bit of as the projects develop. Now, as I explained, the NACRI's role is basically ahead is basically on IMIC's promotion, engaging with the regulator, and expand the training program, which we have been successfully doing for the last 7 years. And this would be my final slide. So, as I mentioned that it would be a catalyst, it has a potential to become the catalyst for the transition that we are witnessing, the fourth revolution that we are witnessing. So IMIC could be the vehicle for which the funds would flow, the trust will be built, and we can thrive on our aspiration of having self-reliant by 2047. Thank you all. Before I conclude, just 1 minute, I should extend my thanks to all the NACRI members who are present, Dr. Sinha, Dr. Srikant, thank you, and Dr. Rao, of course, and also the Mining Engineers Association of India for leading this endeavor, and also, thankfully, the Hindustan Copper for having us and allowing this talk. Right. Thank you so much.
Hello. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chattopadhyay. You have mentioned about the reporting standards for the critical minerals. So, should we follow this UNFC or we should go with the another one?
No, actually, when we are talking about UNFC, so UNFC has different versions. The latest version being 2024, right? So in India, when we adopted in 2003, that was the 1997 version. UNFC 1997 version is incompatible with any fundraising. Whereas 2014 has a bridging document with the mechanisms and the principles that I talked about. So it could be complementary to each other. When we are talking about national mineral inventory, UNFC can be adopted, and Crisco type of template can be easily amalgamated with that system because there is a bridging document.
Okay, thank you.
See, the India that is following today is neither UNFC, nor Crisco, nor ISWON. It is a concoction of different things copied, pasted, and used. That is why we are not able to follow UNFC fully. If you are following UNFC, UNFC 2019 is available, it is not being followed. Crisco you are not following, and you are doing it the way you want. So that's what's happening exactly.
Thank you.
Very well summed up, and most important thing which you have pointed out is that there is requirement of transparency, consistency. Because without these things, nothing can happen. An organization or a nation will succeed only when they have got robust systems and procedures, and they work with integrity. And in the scenario when all the countries are fighting with each other and there is tariff war and trade wars and everybody is running around critical minerals, so we need to have a proper framework, as we have pointed out, which is transparent and which is consistent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really a learning session. Now, moving on to the next paper, which will be from Texmin, I would invite Dr. Lailesh Kumar, who is the CTO, Texmin Foundation expert in advanced materials and mining innovation, having more than 12 years of experience in R&D, leading technology development and sustainable manufacturing. In this role, he steers strategic technology development, evaluates research proposals, supports startup incubation, and fosters robust industry collaborations. Over to you, Dr. Lailesh Kumar, for your topic on sustainable recycling of critical minerals and rare earth elements from secondary sources, policy, technology, and industrial pathways for India's circular economy. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaste, everyone. Thank you, Hindustan Copper Limited, for giving us the opportunity to present the work. Today, I am going to give a little bit explanation about sustainable recycling of critical minerals and rare earths from secondary sources, what we have listened from since morning, and also the industry pathway for India's circular economy. So, before talking about the critical mineral vision, we need to understand what are the factors, especially which are influencing the criticality of the minerals. There are several factors, like 7 to 8, in which economic security play the important role, essential input for the clean technologies, import dependency, supply risks and vulnerability. Also national security and considerations, industrial development objectives and required for low carbon transmissions. All are already have been covered by previous speakers. So we also need to understand what are the challenges India is facing currently. There are import dependency and the geopolitical risk, time lag and the underfunded explorations, gaps in the institutional and the policy landscape, limited domestic resources, and the high emission scenario. To understand more details, we are also now focusing on the few critical minerals like nodium, dapsium, terbium, cobalt, lithium, nickel, iridium, gallium, magnesium, and copper. There are different major applications in the magnets, battery, electrolyzers, semiconductors, and the major goal for making India 2047 as a Viksit Bharat, we are focusing 100% clean electricity by 2035, net zero economy by 2050, 30 gigawatt offshore wind by 2030, and cost of clean hydrogen, especially $1 per kg till 2031. To understand what are the different sources from the secondary sources of critical minerals and their industrial relevance, their potential waste and the byproducts from coal waste, ash, fly waste, coal overburden, red mud, smelter, and municipal waters. There are huge chances of getting the critical minerals from this secondary waste, and their potential target element are Re, copper, Nd, Pt, niobium, copper, cobalt, and manganese. To understand the percentage distributions of rare earth element in different sources, you can see the bar chart where the distribution of different rare earth have been found. Now to understand all the secondary sources, I will just give a brief little bit about the Indian policy framework, which are emphasizing the recycling and sustainable secondary sourcing for critical minerals to enhance resource security, reduce import dependence, and support the circular economy. They have passed National Critical Mineral List in 2024, National Mineral Policy in 2019, E-Waste and Battery Waste Management Risk 2022, and Incentive Scheme and Funding Program from Ministry of Mines and DST. There are upcoming policies and the scheme by Government of India in which they have passed more than 3,500 crores for production of rare earth minerals and derived magnets in the country, and they have also announced 1,500 crores, especially for recovering of critical minerals from e-waste and scraps. So we are redefining the innovation at TechSmin Foundations, as we have recognized by Department of Science and Technology as from Technology Innovation Hub to Technology Transition Research Park at the TTRP 6 months before, where we are focusing our key 6 focus area in which digital twin for operational mines, CPS technology, mining of future, green mining, and safe, smart, and sustainable mining. And we are a major focus is critical and rare earth exploration to extraction. So I will focus on this domain for today's talk. So we are majorly focusing for mineral exploration, processing, and circular economy in India, while focusing the advancing exploration of critical minerals, sustainable processing, and beneficiation of critical minerals recovery from industrial and electronic waste, unlocking values from the industrial byproducts, and ensuring health, safety, and environmental sustainability. We have more than 20 plus indigenous products and technology developed till date, and we have a network of more than 75 critical minerals experts under one umbrella. So we have also recognized under the National Critical Mineral Mission, NCMM, with the help of our industry partners as a center of excellence with the others 9 organizations. We have also set up as a center of research excellence in mining and innovation for critical minerals as core min with our core partners like SCL, Moile, Maheshwari, Nova Sensa, and TechSmin IIT itself. And we have also spoke partners like IIT BHU and IIT Gandhinagar and foreign institutions, Curtin University, University of Cambridge, CPI, and others. So we have also received the 2 flagship. One is we have announced by the beloved PM just 1 month back while having the interaction with UK Prime Minister at Mumbai for setting the UK-India Critical Mineral Observatory Satellite Campus in IIT ISM Dhanbad. I would like to share the video.
एक इंडस्ट्री गिल्ड और सप्लाई चेन ऑब्जर्वेटरी की स्थापना का निर्णय लिया है। इसका सैटेलाइट कैंपस आईएसएम धनबाद में होगा। सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स के प्रति हमारी साझी प्रतिबद्धता है। हम इस दिशा में इंडिया यूके ऑफशोर विंड टास्क फोर्स के साथ गठन का स्वागत करते हैं।
We are very thankful to our PM to providing this. We have also set up the India-UK Critical Mineral Supply Chain Observatory, and we have few flagship and like recovery of the critical minerals, especially for overburden waste stocks, and we are also working on the setting up critical mineral pilot plants across different parts of India. These are the global supply chain observatory frameworks. And as you know, I will not take details about the critical mineral recovery steps because most of things are known and this can be found in the literature. Just I will share what flow sheet we have developed till date of TRA level 3 with the extraction for neodymium from neodymium FeB, extraction of vanadium from the spent catalyst, and we are also grinding circuit optimizations and the control of efficiency liberations. We have also developed the graphene-based product, especially the extraction from developing the graphene by modified human method from coal trail. And this product have been already available in the market, and this have been done from our startup Graphene Era. These are the different technology, especially for RE recovery. And just I will go in the last slide. Before going in details, we need to understand what is the way forward for making in the critical minerals. We need to secondary resource mineralizations, low-grade ore processing, and next-gen refining technology and AI integrations, while mostly focus on the bioleaching technique for recovery and optimize the thermochemical and hybrid approaches for complex minerals. We have also set up the world-class state of art at the TechSmin Foundations. We have the major activity like technology developments,
Center of Excellence, capacity building, and international collaborations. We have also used to support our startup ecosystems. They are our partners from government, ministry, and the academia, industry, and the skill development. I am very thankful and dhanwad to all of you and all our TechSmin members. Thank you.
Yeah, hello. Hello. Yeah, are you able to hear?
Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Kumar, it is a good presentation, and we know that TechSmin is doing very well, and it's a good technology development center. So I have a small query. As you told that the TechSmin is working on advances in exploration techniques. So if you can highlight something on advances in exploration technique, it will be helpful for the mining industry.
Yes, sir. We have also given we are working with some collaboration with a few professors at IIT in the geological department or mathematics. They are trying to have develop the ML technique and CN modeling, especially for exploring the rare earth in different blocks, especially in Jhadia and other mines. The technology they are trying to develop it, but still that will take 5 to 6 months.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and you are really a good example of perfect collaboration between industry, academia, and the you can see industry, academia, and the private sector. And the basic thing which you have pointed out is that we have to use more and more secondary resources, and we have to use the e-waste.
Yes.
And we are seeing there is abundance of e-waste in our houses also, at our office places, in our industrial places. And you have pointed out that we have to use scrap permanent magnets. Yeah. And these can reduce our dependence upon that issue, and particularly the dependence on China.
Yes.
And the spent materials. And another good thing which you have pointed out is that we can have about 90% recovery.
Yeah, true, sir.
And particularly in case of copper, I think, as CMD sir had pointed out, we can have much more recovery, maybe about 99.7%, because it's eternal metal. So these are the very good points which you have raised, which you have pointed out, and I think we should now, the government is already focusing on this, and we should, particularly every society, every family should adopt this thing, so that we reduce our waste and we use more and more things by reusing and recycling.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You have anything to say, to add something? Just a moment, just a minute, a small. Please keep it brief.
I just wanted to add one pointer to what my colleague Reyes said, and the question which Professor Chaudhary made on the exploration part. So absolutely, sir, we are working with some of the partners to build some technologies to promote, to integrate AI ML in exploration. For example, normally if you see exploration is a very drilling extensive process. So we are working on technology to use AI ML to reduce drilling per meter cost. And if that technology happens, that's going to be a great technology for Indian per se. And we are working on this technology with some of the partners from Australia, so on. So hopefully next year or so, we will going to have this technology commercialized soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So now we'll move on to the next presentation. We have two scientists from JNARDDC, Ms. Jyoti Pendam and Mr. Bivas Kumar Pradhan. And they'll share the presentation, a short presentation actually, a 5-minute slot for Ms. Jyoti and another 5 for Mr. Bivas Pradhan. And they can put up their presentation, please. Yeah? Ms. Jyoti is having a master's degree in chemistry and currently pursuing PhD at VNIT Nagpur, and the research focuses on waste utilization, recovery of critical minerals, and development of zero waste technologies for the aluminium industry. Whereas for Mr. Bivas Pradhan, he's a junior scientist in the bauxite department at JNRDDC, and his research interest includes developing, implementing, and optimizing process parameters of new technologies to improve the efficiency, sustainability, and economical implementation of these processes with a focus on an environmentally friendly approach. Please, over to you. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
So my topic of discussion for today's seminar is leaching studies on extraction of pure nickel salt from electric arc furnace. As we all know that the nickel is a critical mineral. I will not go in detail for the critical mineral, but nickel is one of the critical mineral, and we have a very limited. We don't have a reserves of it. Most of the reserves are available in Indonesia, Russia. These are the few countries which are having nickel sources, and we are totally import dependent for that nickel reserves. So right now, again, we are in exploration stage. Still, extraction phases are not there. So we are again, having electric arc furnace dust, which is a stainless steel industry waste. As we all know that 65% of nickel is consumed by stainless steel industry only, and the waste produced by them is again nickel rich. So this is the critical mineral. As I will not go in detail for this slide because a lot of people explain about this. So what is stainless steel industry waste? The waste that we have taken in this project, in this piece of work is stainless steel electric arc furnace, which as we know that India produces around 4 million tons of electric arc furnace, 4 million tons of stainless steel, out of which at processing 30 to 70 kg of dust is produced annually. So this EF dust is considered as a hazardous, and it is very difficult for the industry because it's a hazardous, and landfilling is also very difficult for them. So it is this piece of work is nothing but a solution for them, that converting waste into the wealth, because it contains a very valuable element like nickel, which is again considered as a critical mineral. And as of now that our nickel will be one of the critical mineral, as it will be required for the EV battery, and EV battery consumption will again going to increase. By 2040, its consumption will again get increased by 40-fold for nickel. So the main objective of this work is recovery of nickel from secondary stainless steel electric arc furnace waste, and to achieve a high purity grade nickel salt. So these are the two stainless steel EF dust that we received from local industry situated in Nagpur. Both nickel concentration is varying, sir, as per the raw material and everything. If your raw material changes, your final, the dust that you received in the industry, it will get changed. So the 3%, 3.39% of nickel is very good percentage of nickel that we can explore for the extraction. So we do a different leaching experiments here, where we take different types of, where we consider different concentrations, different parameters we taken for the consideration, different concentrations of acid, different oxidizing agent, reducing agent, then again a temperature, time. This all this study we performed in atmospheric leaching only. No pressure leaching is performed here, and we achieve around 86% of nickel by using this conditions. So this is the optimized condition that we achieve, where the concentration of H2SO4 that we taken is 10% of acid, then solid to liquid ratio is 1/10, then oxidizing agent that we use is ammonium persulfate, which is used, as we know that the matrix composition is very hard. It is very difficult to extract from the ferrite matrix to nickel. Therefore, oxidizing agent is preferably used for that, to convert that Fe concentration, Fe oxidation state. Then again, the precipitation studies that we have done, so that after leaching, we perform precipitation so that we can remove Fe and chromium from it, and with the help of jarosite method, we successfully removing iron. As you can see that nickel concentration is nearly 2.93, and now it is 2.68. Okay, so I will not go in detail. So this is the nickel sulfate that we prepared by using leaching and precipitation. Though our refining process is still remaining, but we are getting a 18.95% of nickel concentration in this salt that we prepared by using only leaching and precipitation. Still refining process is remaining, so its purity is having a 85% of purity for nickel sulfate we achieved by using these two methods. So this is the experimental reactor which is having a capacity of 10 liter. We performed the experiment in this also similar, and we get again 89% of leaching for nickel. So in conclusion, I wanted to say that rather than going for mineral resources and overburden, because extraction processes is again depend on the matrix. We have to again explore some other material which is easily available, like EF, stainless steel industry waste, which is again a waste for one industry, and maybe raw material for other industry if we consider that as a raw material for nickel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Devaskan Pradhan. I am going to present on the critical minerals in laterite bauxite profile and possible process of extraction. We know that critical mineral is essential in the energy, electronics, and defense. As now the green energy, green technology, and electronics is demand is increasing. So we need critical mineral, and that the critical mineral we solely dependent on China. I mean, it's about 57%. Critical mineral of the world is coming from the China. So ministry has released 34,000 crore to boost the critical mineral mission in the domestic level and to find the root and source and explore in India. And here I am going to present the Indian bauxite can be a critical source, can be a source for the critical mineral like scandium, gallium, lithium. As the bauxite formation occur in the Western Ghat and Gujarat, due to the mineralogical, due to the lateration and the formation, the rare earth and scandium, gallium, lithium are form a colloidal phase and absorb on the lateritic weathering crust, and its concentration is depending on its origin. And this is the resource of Indian bauxite and production and the utilization of the Indian bauxite. The extraction potential, here I am giving an example of Gujarat bauxite. What is there the different critical element present in it, like 71% is gallium present. As we do the physical separation, and physical beneficiation has a limited effectiveness in the increasing the concentration of the rare earth element. But hydrometallurgical approaches has so significance in recovery of the critical mineral from the source, like acid leaching or alkaline treatment or bio-leaching process. And then the optimization will help to increase the recovery of the mineral. As in preliminary studies show that the scandium and cerium enrich in the concentrated fraction of the bauxite, whereas the lithium is concentrated in the tailing fraction. And I am going to saying briefly about our center, that JNRDCC is a center of excellence under the Ministry of Mines, and its expertise in bauxite to alumina is a single unit of from mining, from geology to mining and metallurgy, along with analytical division. And we also focus on critical mineral recovery. And it has enabled accreditation lab. And we do collaborative research work with CSIR, IITs and different industries in lab scale and pilot scale study. And we focus on developing of sustainable hydrometallurgy flow sheet for the mission. As initially mentioned that global supply chain interrupted due to different international scenario. So the demand for the critical mineral and the indigenization of the technology is the need of the hour. And the demand of the clean energy and electronics is making the focus towards the recovery of the critical minerals.
Kindly conclude.
Okay, 1 minute. Okay, and I am giving the conclusion that as extraction of aluminum in mineral processing, grinding the energy intensive process, but we can get the critical mineral from bauxite along with the alumina, and it will be added the value of the process, and it can be economical viable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Jyoti, you was talking about the critical mineral extraction from leaching. So, pardon? Nickel. Okay. So, when you adopt this technology, then what is the percentage of recovery?
Actually, here in this study, we are extracting nickel from stainless steel EF dust. And by leaching, we are getting 89% of leaching because the work that I presented, it is a leaching study. Overall recovery is 80%. Means till now the nickel sulfate that we got.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Padam, I have one query. How far we are now for economically extracting these gallium and scandium, which you were saying? I had been to Nalco and they were also doing research and still they are quite far from economical extraction.
Actually, sir, right now we are in only lab scale. Once, means if you wanted to do that commercialization,
If you have some forecast, maybe after 1 year or 2 years, we will be somewhere near to economical extraction?
No, sir. Actually, till now, the study that we are doing, it is in a lab scale.
Okay.
So once we performed it in a pilot scale, then it is the one which will go for the commercialization. We have to test for other scale also, for TRL7 and TRL8.
They are saying they are on the last stage. Yes, but you have got a very good point because as we have to grow fast, in about next 20-25 years, we have to do massive investment in infrastructure, which will require huge amount of steel and huge amount of aluminum also. So bauxite will be available and steel industry will be available to help in large amount of extraction if this goes well. That's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now moving on to the next paper, which will be from Shapoorji Pallonji and Company Private Limited, EPC Division. I would request Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Mohanty, who is the Vice President and Head of Engineering, EPC Division, Shapoorji Pallonji Group, having more than 25 years of experience, and he leads engineering for large-scale industrial projects across power, steel, cement, and mining sectors, excelling in project management, design optimization, and multidisciplinary coordination. I would also request Mr. Pavan Tikate, who is the Manager, Structural Engineering, EPC Division, Shapoorji Pallonji, a civil and structural engineer with more than 11 years of experience. He specializes in industrial steel structures, material handling projects, and design optimization, and is pursuing a PhD in civil engineering from COEP. Over to you, sir. On your topic, innovative cold-formed steel concrete composition sections.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. We at Shapoorji Pallonji, which is having 160 years of legacy, always promote young engineers to do research and innovation. As a part of this exercise, my colleague, Mr. Pavan, is doing his research from College of Engineering, Pune. And recently, he has been awarded with the RISE Award from University of Leeds, Beckett, and he will be presenting the topic. Over to you, Pavan.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor to represent Shapoorji Pallonji in front of all of you on this auspicious day of, for the SPCL. Congratulations to the HCL team for this 59th Foundation Day. Coming to the topic, just I would like to brief about the cold-formed steel section that we are proposing. Considering the Vikasit Bharat goal of India, India's vision demands the rapid development in all sectors. For this, we need the technology which is fast, modular, resource efficient, sustainable, and low. It should have low carbon footprints. For this, achieving this goal, we should have a structural system which will be lightweight, modular, and high-performance structural system. For this, we have chosen the cold-formed material, cold-formed steel section. But the cold-formed steel sections are having some advantages that are basically high strength to weight ratio. Then second one is the modular and prefab technology that it can have. Third one is the lightweight construction. It can reduce the construction cost. And last one is the resource conservation. Currently India, lightweight sections are not used as compared to the hot rolled sections generally. What is the basic problem with the cold-formed steel section? That is the buckling. Buckling of the cold-formed steel section is the main issue with the cold-formed steel section, which cannot be predicted. That is why the cold-formed steel section buckle before reaching its yield strength. That is the making it the unutilized. And basically there are three instabilities in the cold-formed steel section. First one is a local one, second one is a distortional, and third one is a global. Global has three types, flexural, torsional, and then flexural plus torsional. Then we have decided that the goal, we must stabilize the cold form steel section to unlock its full strength and enhance its structural efficiency. The problem statement for the study was to explore the concrete block stiffener to use as a stiffener for the cold form steel section to enhance its productivity. Aim of the study was to develop the cold form steel concrete composite section and utilization of cold form steel section over the bare material. The objective of the study was to develop a cold form steel section, concrete composite section, then access their axial compression capacity and flexural capacity. Along with that, validate that results with the FM analysis and propose the design recommendation for the proposed section. What is the concept behind that cold form concrete composite section? We have proposed that the concrete block can be inserted in the inside portion of the cold form steel section at those locations which are high stress locations, that is, such as at load point, at support locations. This can create a hybrid composite section which will provide the restraint for steel section not to buckle. The advantages with this proposed section is it will delay the local and distortion buckling, making it more stiffened section. Also, it is having the plus point of the concrete block will not be welded as compared to regular process, that is welded stiffeners are given. This will enable the prefabrication and reduce the cost. And last one is it can be used in the secondary structures like pipe conveyor system, pipe rack system, or all the structures. What are the specimens that we are considering for this study? Single C section, back-to-back section, and then the box section. The grade of the material will be considered is E350 grade. Along with that, the concrete grade will be the M25. This will be the proposed arrangement of the section. The concrete block stiffener will be placed at supports, then at the loading point conditions, and then at the both conditions. Whenever the spanning is more, the intermediate concrete block stiffness will be provided. We have done the experimental test for the axial compression, flexural, as well as in the flexural test we have conducted for simply supported configuration, where we have done the single point load test and we have applied the load up to the failure. And we have studied the concrete failure patterns for the both concrete and cold form steel section. Coming to the axial compression also, same we have done considering the pinned conditions. Same to validate the experimental results, we have done the simulation in the FEM analysis, where we have assumed the contact surface as a bonded interface between the steel and concrete. FM results shown almost close match with the experimental results, having 10% of variation. It can, after the numerical valuation and experimental result, we can say it is reliable for the simulation. What are the findings from the study? The concrete block, concrete composite section that we have proposed has outperformed than bare cold form steel section. It has improved the buckling resistance, as well as it has given the high axial and flexural capacity and increased the stiffness of the member, as well as it has given more efficient utilization of steel strength. The basic problem with the cold form steel bare section is the deformation, early deformation, localized buckling, as well as the instability before yielding. It is making the section more underutilized. What we have given the solution, it makes the structure to perform very stable deformation pattern, along with the concrete stiffener that restrains the steel to from buckling. It also provides the improved load path, as well as the failure mode has been shifted from local buckling to the global buckling, and it has increased the capacity in both axial and flexural. Coming to the result part of the experimental, there were the three categories we have made. Cold form stiffener used at the end, then middle, and at both middle and end conditions. Then the results have been found out such that the approximately 32% of increase in the capacity we have found for flexural. Similarly, we have found the almost 22% increase in the axial capacity. Coming to the stiffener placement, plays the vital role. support condition at stiffness at supports gives the stability against local buckling, whereas the mid-span gives the maximum controls the maximum bending stress, and if both conditions considered, it gives the highest strength of the section. Optimal geometry that we have found out is the box geometry, which is having the highest torsional rigidity, which provides the lateral torsional buckling, and this is the most reliable configuration for the multi-story buildings like or industrial structures we can use. In this aspect, steel, which is a fundamentally strategic material, this technology will ensure that we are treating it as a finite asset by maximizing its performance output. Last, the innovation represents a shift from conventional, that is the heavy structure, to high-tech and lightweight structure. We are ensuring that every ton of the steel delivers more strength and more life. Just last 1 minute, I will hand over to Monty sir.
The way forward will be implementation of this concept in pilot projects in-house. We are doing very big projects. We can implement this innovation in our internal projects. Then the success story is to be proposed with varied customers for implementation. So the vision is we are not just building stronger, but building smarter. The true measure of a nation's wealth is not the abundance of its resources, but the efficiency of its design in using them. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yes.
You have been discussing about using concrete with steel.
Yeah.
So normally concrete is used with steel only. We have having normally bridges and buildings. They are constructed as composite structures only. So how it is different from that composite structure? Are you adding concrete at the factory stage or at the site?
No, this steel, there will be cold form steels and the concrete will be precast and it will be introduced at the load points. Suppose we are designing a truss and there are certain points where there will be load. So at the load points, at maybe at the mid span where the deflection is expected to be more,
yeah,
we
so
can
it means
compensate
the concrete will be added at the site only.
Yes, it will be precast and it will be blended.
So now another issue is that you are basically trying to emphasize that we should have more and more pre-engineered buildings.
Yes.
So pre-engineered buildings have got 20% less weight and they are cheaper and easier to erect. And in pre-engineered building we make the fabrication in such a way that at the locations where stresses are more, we have higher section. At the location where stresses are less, we have lesser section. So this kind of situation we have not visualized till now.
Yeah.
How you are going? What is your basic idea in this?
Yeah, the cold form sections currently we are using in the purlins and
we have shown,
purlin and Z side runners. Okay, lots of the steel goes unutilized because the loading application at all the points are not same. So what we are envisaging and proposing, wherever there is load, we will optimize the section what is currently being used. That will be optimized further, and it can be a stage lower than that, and we will introduce the concrete section in between so that the complete buckling and the flexural strength can be achieved. So that is what is our, we will be doing some pilot projects in-house for big storage sets where for the mega projects what we are doing, lots of material needs to be stored. So instead of going for a conventional PV, we can apply this kind of a concept and see. So ultimate goal is cost optimization. So by doing this, there will be less steel requirement for the project and the carbon footprint, that point of view will be also fulfilled.
There are two contradictory things which you are trying to balance. We need to look into. Thank you. It's a good revolutionary concept, I think.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And okay, fine. Moving on to the next presentation, last but not the least for today's evening. It will be from Deloitte. I would invite Mr. Rajiv Moitra, who is the partner and metals and mining sector leader, Deloitte South Asia, with having more than 23 years of experience. He specializes in strategy, business transformation, digitalization, and ESG initiatives, having led more than 125 projects across mining and metals globally, with his topic on unlocking copper from waste, a strategic pathway to resource security and circular economy.
Thank you, Jishan, for the introduction. First of all, many congratulations to Hindustan Copper for the 59th Foundation Day. Really privileged to be here and for this opportunity. So what I'm going to speak is, of course, I'm the last speaker for today, but I'm going to make it interesting in terms of talking about some of the new things that are happening in, I would say, recycling and especially for mine waste. So before I start, various industry stakeholders as well as global leaders, they have said copper is the new gold. So I think we are all aware that lithium carbonate prices were almost $80,000 per ton some time back. Now it's 9,500. But copper has maintained the trajectory of price, and it is going to be only holding that ground going forward. And it is also termed as the backbone for the global energy transition, which is going to impact it is already impacting India, right? And when you look at the India's Amritkal Journey, which is in 2047, we are looking at 8 times growth in per capita electricity consumption. The new energy vehicles, which is the EVs, will be almost 100% share. That's what we believe by 2047, and that's a Viksit Bharat vision. Battery and BES demand would be almost 1840 gigawatt hour, and the population would be almost 1.6 billion. Today we are a 1.4 billion population. So, and given that, and there is a domestic market which is thriving, the total demand of copper in the last, I would say we have looked at last 7 years. So it's part of the copper vision for the country. We are really privileged and honored under the leadership of Mr. Singh, Sanjeev Singh, Honorable CMD. We looked at how the copper demand is going to project going forward and what are the kind of implications. So 1.88 million tons is the domestic apparent copper demand, and some of the key sectors driving are industrials, building and construction, consumer durables, infrastructure, transportation, so on. But when we look going forward, so 1.88 is going to be expected to go almost a bit double in the next 5 years, and followed by having a 7% CAGR. So we are looking at close to 9 to 10 million tons of domestic copper demand. Now, the demand is good, but do we have the supply? So when we looked at the ore quality is kind of not holding in terms of per ton. So if you look at domestic copper ore production is going to increase, but the quality is going to be a challenge. So 3.78 million tons, which is the production, is going to go up to almost 20 million tons. But again, I think that would only suffice to not more than 10 to 15% of India's demand by 2047. The concentrate supply is also a challenge, because globally some of the mines and some of the concentrate suppliers like Cobre Panama, they are shutting down. So thereby there is a concentrate short supply. TCRC charges are also playing havoc in the market. So thereby the copper demand gap, today it's around 0.45 million tons in India, but in 2047 we estimate the copper demand gap to be almost 2 million tons. So that means that we need to also look at beyond primary copper, which is the secondary sources. So, and the government of India has already identified this as a priority initiative. They have allocated 100 crores for pilot projects and technology development. Now, what are the different sources of secondary copper? So we look at electronic waste. E-waste is a major source. So it says that globally 1 ton of e-waste contains almost 35 kgs of copper. So that's quite significant, and even the small PCBs, 20% of metal fraction is of copper only. The next source is the end-of-life vehicles. So the IC vehicles that is going to be phased out with EVs coming has almost 23 kgs of copper, while EVs, it is almost 40 to 370 kgs. So there's a large amount of secondary copper which may come from there. We had a very interesting study earlier this year on critical minerals from recycling, from tailings and waste. So we found that the amount of waste as a tailings generated is significant in India. And for every 1.6 to 1.9 tons of copper slag are generated for every ton of copper, which contains around 0.3% copper. So processing tailings would be another source of recovery for secondary copper. There's also a very tertiary source. Of course, there's not significant is the municipal solid waste, which such a huge country of 1.6 billion
projected, the MSW is going to be significant. There also, there is a study which says that per kg of compost, almost 300 mg of copper is there. So there are significant sources of copper. Now, we have to see which is feasible and what are the technologies available globally. So we look at 4 types of technologies. One is pyrometallurgy, which is best suited for waste from scrap from e-waste, from cable scrap, from converter slags and so on. The second is hydrometallurgy, which is basically for the MSW and as well as the fly ash, etc. Then there's bioleaching and followed by sulfide preparation, and last is frost flotation. Now there are various studies as well as various commercial projects which are there globally. For example, if you look at commercial projects for the pyrometallurgy, you have in Germany, you have in Belgium, you have in Sweden. So Umicore is a classic example in Belgium who's doing commercial project. There's also, if I look at hydrometallurgy, we have in Belgium. Bioleaching is picking up, especially because many of the countries, they are kind of recognized that tailings and low-grade mineral residues have copper as well as fly ash. So China is doing a lot of pilots in there, the commercial as well. And there is also, we are looking at Turkey and others. And last is, of course, frost flotation, where India is doing pilot for both the bioleaching and sulfide as well as frost flotation. And very interestingly, if you look at some of the advanced geographies like Australia, Canada, EU, etc., they have identified secondary source to be a major source of critical minerals as well as copper. So one of the things that we have done is mapping the mine waste inventory, which is clearly a need for the hour in India, in terms of how much mine waste we have, how much tailing. We don't have a sort of a repository in our that, and then of course focusing on extraction technologies, commercial shredding, recovery initiatives and so on. For example, Canada, they have invested and committed close to $200 million for recovery from tailings and waste. Now, what are these companies? Of course, these companies are available in the public domain also. So globally, they are example of Umicore, Aurubis in Germany, bioleaching is Shaoguan, tailings in China. It is an example of lab scale study. In India, we have Hindalco, we have CSIR, IMMT, and so on. They are doing various studies on that, but of course, the commercial scale has to be done. So we looked at what are the themes. So this is not only for copper, but also for critical minerals. So on one hand, we have the challenges, the technical feasibility, because there's a low-grade waste, there is impurities in the mine waste, there is limited proven large-scale technologies. There's also the environmental impact in terms of toxic emissions, high water energy usage and so on. There is also the specialized skill availability in terms of we don't have people who are specialized and the skill sets with R&D in this. And last is, of course, not the least, is the commercial implications. There's a high OPEX, CAPEX involvement. So how do we do that? And what are the feed supply? Do you have certainty on that? So we identified certain themes. One is around the policies and incentives. So it needs to be a well-defined roadmap, policies to encourage investment. Capacity building is another area. Then we looked at supply chain integration, and then last is, of course, not the least, in the processing technologies. Now, when we look at in all of this in terms of a roadmap, so we said that from a policy perspective, one we need is a national mine waste assessment program, which is being done globally and needs to be implemented in India. And I think Ministry is already working on that. And the classification of tailings by mineral content, that's important. And the clear regulatory framework that all these areas, how do the environmental clearances and royalties and operating permissions be given. The second is, we have to look at, creating copper recovery hubs, so that we identify those areas. We have investments in those industries to secure offtake as well as for, mining of secondary mining. The technology part in terms of prioritized pilot projects, which already is happening, but also establishing the critical mineral recovery zones and processing hubs in mineral-rich regions. And last is, of course, looking at the incentives. How do I fund the gaps in terms of viability gap funding, because the commercial aspect is important, and how do we adopt some of the global models in other countries like Australia as well as Canada and US that I mentioned. So thank you for listening to me. I hope I was on time, and thank you for this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rajiv. Are you able to hear? Voice is coming?
Yes.
Okay. So I have a small question. As we are getting the copper from waste, as you discussed, so have you done any study where if we can reduce the cutoff grade of mill, then definitely it will increase the resource in mine?
Yes.
So if you have the study and you found that the cutoff grade for mill will be 0.5% of copper, as we are talking about the 0.5% for mine, then definitely for mine, we can accordingly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is a trade-off we are, various people have looking at it. And of course, there's no right or wrong answer in that. And I think more importantly is that how do we recover from the waste is going to be important. Because, sir, you are talking of prospective scenario. But there's a retrospective scenario, so much of slag and tailings that are lying in, even in for Hindustan Copper. How do I monetize it? That is going to be the key area for focus going forward.
Okay, thank you.
As you have pointed out,
Sir, just I want to take 2 minutes for this audience. Since I was the part of the team which has developed EMIC code for India, and SOMIC has presented that paper along with Dr. Rao. So we started with a small fund of self-contribution of 10,000 rupees from each of the member in 2014, and finally got approval of that reporting system from International Committee in 2019. Just I want to mention over here that we have got a JOR code from Australia, mostly practiced in India by companies like NMDC, Coal India also. Whenever we are going for fundraising in market, we have got NI 43 from Canada, PERC from Europe, SAMREC from South Africa, SK 1300 from US. Just I want to mention here that no IMIC code, which is equivalent to JOR or NI 43, PERC, SAMREC, SK 1300 is available in India. So our group, which has developed this code under MEI, NACRI, is appealing for all the industry that let us use IMIC code whenever it is required by the industry to raise fund or go for the stock exchanges. So it is a make in India concept which is developed by the Indian mining engineers and geologists. And if we practice it, we need not to take JORC into consideration. So this is just a point I would like to mention over here. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the audience? Are there any? Okay, so you would like to add something?
Hello, thank you. If Mr. Sanjeev and Pavan allow me, I would like to add further on your topic and try to reply Singh Saab questions. Indeed, it is a contradictory statement because two dissimilar materials will never bond to each other at the site compulsorily. And the prefab industry is at the factory oriented. That means prefab at the factory. When concrete and steel both have different inherent properties, one is good in compression, another is in tension. But yes, this is a definitely big problem at the load points, junction points, where the direct loads or the indirect stresses are more, we need higher sections. Currently, industry is doing the customized sections at the factory itself, or we are doing the stiffener weldings at the site or at the factory. What they are trying to emphasize that how to economize and reduce the steel consumption by using the concrete as a PCC. In the lab, what they have shown, because of the poor workmanship, that beam is not looking good and their bonding is poor. But inherently, we can put some stiffeners or better concrete or a small aggregates with a suitable mixtures. We can elaborate that section so that it will be long lasting. Currently, steel and concrete will definitely debond after a few years. But what is the current practical solution in the large scale projects? We use same material at the same location so that it has a better life. But it is a research or viability type of question, how to use dissimilar materials in the site itself, that is cast in situ. Currently, when we use a composite slab at the bridges, that mass concrete is there, that problem will not come because we have a stiffeners and adequate bonding materials are there. But definitely, they have tried to address that problem, but they have to go further along. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And before we come to a close, since considering this an international seminar, there was an international paper which was to be presented from the Pennsylvania State University, USA. But unfortunately, because our inauguration ceremony spilled over to a longer period, Dr. Shekhar Bhattacharya and Dr. Ashish Ranjan Kumar was there. So they have sent a pre-recorded audio along with their presentation, which is already there. So we'll play an audio and you can go through the presentation, which will run over here. And we can appreciate it was almost 2:45 over there in US when our session got over, and they waited until 2:15 and then of course they disconnected. But nevertheless, they are courteous enough to send us an audio recording along with their presentation, which we already had. We'll run through, please. The audio, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ashish Ranjan Kumar, and I'm an assistant professor of mining engineering at the Pennsylvania State University. This is a very old department. The mining engineering program was actually established in 1890. Since then, we have been teaching almost all phases of mining engineering. We also perform research on a wide variety of topics, including health and safety and critical minerals. I am also a graduate of the Indian School of Mines. I got my undergraduate degree in 2010. After that, I worked for Reliance Power at their Moher and Moher operations for about 3 years. I am joined by Dr. Shekhar Bhattacharya. He led the mining engineering program at Penn State for many years. He has several decades of experience in the mining industry and academia. We are truly grateful for Hindustan Copper for giving us this opportunity to present our views on critical minerals in the context of India. So these are the 3 key takeaways from our presentation. Number 1, we all understand that while coal and natural gas power generation units provide us the baseload power, wind and solar units are increasingly becoming important. This is true for all the nations that have substantial population or big economies. Smaller nations are also following suit. Now, wind and solar power based generation units need a lot of critical minerals. So often we see a lot of electric vehicles on the roads. Those require more critical minerals compared to the conventional ICE engine vehicles. We also see that a lot of mining operations are looking at deployment of battery operated vehicles in underground operations. They clearly have their own advantages. These vehicles require large format batteries, which in turn require a lot more critical minerals. Number 2, India is still highly import dependent for its critical mineral requirements. It comes from all sorts of countries. Some of them are really friendly, some of them are not. And number 3, this is where the circularity of these resources come into picture, and this is where companies like Hindustan Copper can actually play a very important role. So why are we even talking about this? This is the problem in our hands. The reason is all the countries actually understand the impact of climate change and the necessity of a sustainable energy transition. We are going to consider these critical minerals also as energy minerals. These form the foundation of all of these green technologies. We also understand that India is the signatory to the Paris Agreement, and we have set some really ambitious plans to generate about 50% of our electricity through non-fossil units by 2030. There's a lot of research going on in this area. In fact, the International Energy Agency predicts that the requirement of critical minerals will grow by 4-folds by 2040. And like I said before, we are talking about critical minerals from an energy point of view. Through this slide, we are trying to establish India's economic growth. So if you look at the image on the right hand side, I'm looking at the top image. It actually shows that per capita requirement of copper actually has been steadily growing since 2010. So in 2010, the average consumption of copper was approximately half a kilogram, which actually went up to 1.2 kilograms in 2024. Similarly, if you look at the steel consumption, it also has been increasing steadily. These are very, very strong indicators of rapid industrialization of India. If you look at the plot on the bottom on the right hand side, I am showing that the population of India has been growing since 2010, but we also see that the per capita GDP also has been growing. Now, if that number grows, that shows that Indians are actually getting more ambitious when it comes to spending, and this also requires more critical minerals to support their high standard of living. So in general, this slide shows that the Indian economy is actually undergoing rapid transformation, resulting in a greater demand for critical minerals. So India has got some really ambitious energy transition goals. So as shown in the pie chart on the top right, we understand that coal provided approximately 75% of the baseload power in 2023, and these are all taken from online resources. Solar was at about 6%, hydro was at about 7%, but things have changed really rapidly. So if you see the graph on the right bottom, we see that the solar power was almost non-existent in 2010. However, it has been increasing by several orders of magnitude every single decade. And that just means that India would have to look at more critical minerals to make sure that it is actually able to keep up with the demand of increasing solar power. We also see that coal's contribution to the energy mix has been increasing a little bit, while that of oil has actually diminished. And therefore, to make sure that India is actually able to meet the requirement for critical minerals, to ensure that we have enough solar power, we launched the National Critical Mineral Mission in 2025, which has some really ambitious plans to make sure that we are covering all the bases to ensure a reliable supply of critical minerals. And we kind of realize that all countries also understand the importance of critical minerals. And the reason is any country that can actually control the supply chain will have a distinct geopolitical leverage. We understand the country that can produce these critical minerals can regulate exports and influence prices very, very strongly. And this becomes critical for their strategic autonomy also. So if you look at the table 1 here, India actually produced approximately 2,900 tons of critical minerals in 2024, and this was obtained from a USGS data. In the same year, India actually showed a reserve of approximately 6.9 million tons. Russia was pretty close to us. It produced critical minerals to the tune of about 2,500 tons, while its reserves were approximately 3.8 million tons.
Okay. And I'm starting presenting from slide number 10. India's resource potential. As we shift to India's position in this global race, we recognize that India is not resource poor. Our challenge is utilization. India holds considerable potential for rare earth and other critical minerals. Along the eastern and southern coast, monazite sands contain significant rare earth oxides, yet extraction remains minimal. Coal fly ash and red mud, byproducts of our energy and metallurgical industries, also hold recoverable quantities of rare earth. Perhaps most interesting for this audience, copper tailings represent a dual opportunity. They are an environmental liability today, as I know from my visit to Malanjkhand, but also these are a potential source of valuable elements, including the possibility of neodymium and lanthanum. This is where Hindustan Copper can make a transformative contribution, linking its existing copper infrastructure to rare earth recovery. Slide number 11, India's challenges. However, opportunity alone is not enough. We face structural and technological barriers. India remains heavily dependent on imports for lithium, cobalt, nickel, and rare earth. While we mine some raw materials, our refining and separation capacity is limited. Most refining technology and solvent extraction know-how still come from abroad. This dependence creates exposure to supply shocks and pricing volatility. To change this trajectory, India must build domestic processing capacity, invest in R&D, and encourage public-private partnership focused on cleaner extraction. Slide 12, circular pathways, urban mining. Let's talk about circularity, the other half of the solution. India is now the third largest generator of e-waste globally, producing over 2 million tons per year, with nearly 90% handled informally. Urban mining, recovering rare earth and other metals from discarded electronics, magnets, and batteries, can bridge part of the supply gap. Formalizing this sector, establishing collection networks, and linking it with smelting and hydrometallurgical facilities will transform waste into a strategic resource. Slide 13. Circular pathways, tailings, and mine waste. Meanwhile, the mining industry itself can become a key source of new materials. Copper tailings and fly ash contain measurable quantities of rare earth. Reprocessing them offers a dual benefit: resource recovery and environmental remediation. For Hindustan Copper, this means turning legacy tailings ponds into future feedstocks. Pilot projects could evaluate recovery rates and economic feasibility using modern mineral processing technologies. This initiative could reinforce HCL's ESG commitments while strengthening India's critical mineral security. Slide 14, strategic role of Hindustan Copper. So, what specific role can HCL play? First, by integrating rare earth co-recovery into its existing ore processing circuits, leveraging flotation and hydrometallurgy expertise already in place. Second, by valorizing tailings, converting what was once a disposal cost into a revenue stream. Third, by forging research collaborations with IITs, CSIR laboratories, and international universities to develop extraction and separation technologies suited to Indian ores. And finally, by setting new benchmarks for ESG leadership, demonstrating that resource development can advance hand in hand with sustainability. Slide 15, what we are doing at Penn State. At Penn State, our work aligns closely with this vision. Within the Center for Critical Minerals, faculty across mining, materials, and economics collaborate on supply chain modeling, beneficiation, and sustainability assessment. We maintain partnership with national labs, industry leaders, and academic institutions worldwide. These collaborations enable pilot-scale testing of technologies such as bioleaching, selective adsorption, and green solvent extraction. We are eager to extend this collaboration network to Hindustan Copper and Indian institutions to share expertise, train personnel, and jointly demonstrate scalable, environmentally responsible recovery system. Finally, our slide 16 is about the conclusion and key insights. Let me close with a few key takeaways. Rare earth elements are now a strategic imperative for India. Our dependence on politically and economically complex suppliers increases vulnerability. The path forward requires a dual focus. One is co-recovery during ore processing and large-scale valorization of tailings. Success will come through collaboration, industry, academia, and government aligning to build capacity. reduce environmental impacts, and ensure technological sovereignty. If Hindustan Copper leads this transformation, India can move from being just a participant in this global rare earth race to becoming a leader shaping the green technology for the future. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I enjoy a great celebration today, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for having the patience to go through all the papers. And of course, we are enlightened listening to all the papers and all the topics which are there. Now, it's time to felicitate the speakers who are over here on the dais. I would request our CVO, Sir, Mr. Harsimran Singh, CVO HCL, to please give a memento to Ms. Trishala Anand Sancheti for her paper, which she presented on material transition to green tech, building up REE supply chain. So if you may please present the memento to Dr. P.V. Rao from MEAI. Okay, he has left. Mr. Shamik Chattopadhyay. If you may please present a memento to Mr. Shamik Chattopadhyay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I would now request Professor B.S. Chaudhary from IIT ISM to present the memento to Dr. Lailesh Kumar. From Texmin, he presented the paper on sustainable recycling of critical minerals and rare earth elements from secondary sources. I would also request Professor Chaudhary to please present the memento to Jyoti Pendam. Ms. Jyoti Pendam from JNA RDDC, and also to Mr. Bivas Pradhan, the research scholars from Nagpur. If you may please present the memento to Bivas Pradhan. Mr. Bivas Pradhan is here. I request Professor Soeb Alam from IIT ISM to please present the memento to Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Mohanty from Shapoorji Pallonji. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The speakers have worked hard for this. It's a tough day, I believe so. I request Professor Soeb Alam to please present the memento to Mr. Pavan Tikate from Shapoorji Pallonji. And I would also request Professor Soeb Alam to please present the memento to Mr. Rajiv Moitra from Deloitte. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Now I would request our Independent Director, Shri Avinash Janadar Bhide Saab, to please present the memento to our panelists who are over here, to our CVO Saab, Mr. Harsimran Singh, CVO HCL. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So if you may please present the memento to Professor B.S. Chaudhary also, the fellow panelist, Professor B.S. Chaudhary from IIT ISM. So if you may please present the memento to Professor Soeb Alam from IIT ISM, the wonderful panelist over here. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. It was a wonderful learning session for all of us indeed at this international seminar on critical and strategic minerals for Viksit Bharat at 2047. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And now I would request the head of the editorial team, through which it was possible for us to handle this seminar, to please present the vote of thanks. Please welcome Mr. Umesh Singh, ED Mining, HCL.
Good evening, everyone. It's my privilege and honor to extend a warm note of thanks on behalf of Hindustan Copper Limited on this remarkable occasion, the International Seminar on Critical and Strategic Mineral for Viksit Bharat at 2047, Sustainable Mining, Processing and Extraction Technology and Global Partnership, held on the auspicious occasion of HCL's 59th Foundation Day. At the outset, I express our heartfelt gratitude to Ministry of Mines, Government India for their continuous guidance, encouragement and support to Hindustan Copper Limited in all our endeavors towards strengthening India's mineral and mining sector. We are deeply honored by gracious presence of our chief guests, DGMS, DG GSI, then DG Controller General in charge IBM, CMDs, and all other speakers, various national, international organizations, research institutes, industries. Your insightful deliberations on sustainable mining, advanced extraction technologies, and global partnership have truly enriched today's seminar and set a new direction for our future efforts. A sincere thanks to our respected Chairman, Managing Director, Director of Finance, Director Operation and Mining Additional Charge, Chief Vigilance Officer, Senior Officers of SCL for their vision, leadership, motivation that continue to inspire all of us to achieve excellence in every field. I would also like to extend a special appreciation to all the delegates, participants, technical experts who contributed their valuable insights and experiences, making this seminar a great success. Our heartfelt thanks to organizing committee, technical team, and all supporting staff for their tireless efforts in planning, coordinating, and conducting this event seamlessly. Your dedication and teamwork have made today's seminar truly memorable for SCL. Finally, I thank each one of you present here, our guests, colleagues, media representative, partners, for joining us in celebrating the 59th Foundation Day of Hindustan Copper Limited. Your presence to participation signify your commitment to vision of a self-reliant and develop India by 2047. Let us continue to work together with renewed vigor and common purpose towards realizing the dream of Viksit Bharat through innovation, sustainability, and collaboration. Thank you all once again. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. If we can have a group photograph, please. And I would also request our Chairman and Managing Director, sir, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singh, sir, DOP, sir, DF, sir, our independent directors. Of course, without CMD, sir, this entire program wouldn't have been possible. So it was all because of his vision. And I would also request unit heads, if they can also come over. Sir, please. We can have a group photograph, sir. All HODs, sir. Sir, please, if we can.